Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, somewhere in the woods. I'm Keegan Carlisle, and I was deep in the trenches as Gravity Falls aired on Disney XD. And I'm here with my friend Trinity, who didn't watch Gravity Falls until after it ended.
Good to be back.
Trinity, what do you know about the Cipher Hunt?
It's an international, global treasure hunt that people still talk about to this day.
If you had any kind of enjoyment in the show at all, it was the ultimate experience.
It's out there somewhere. Where is this thing?
In the middle of the woods as night was falling behind this town we'd never been to before.
It was honestly a really unfair situation. I feel like it kind of ruined my experience with Gravity Falls in general.
Towards the end, I could see some infighting start to happen.
I was on the phone with Alex, and he was very frantic.
The whole thing was, it was very risky across the board. I'm so glad that nobody died.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first ever documentary about the quest to find Bill Cipher. Over the last several months, I have personally traveled to every US Clue location, and I've tracked down and interviewed as many of the original participants as I could find. We're gonna hear the story straight from them and clear up a lot of misconceptions along the way.
What was told was not actually what happened, because I was there.
But first, there's one special guest star that I need to introduce to this video.
How did I get here?
It's Alex Hirsch, best known to fans of the Disney Channel as the co-developer of Fishhooks and the voice of Clamantha. Alex, I'm here to ask you some questions. When you were writing episode 114A, Two Clams in Love, what was your inspiration for how Clamantha's parents would react?
Wait, hold up. Isn't this about Gravity Falls?
Did you work on that? What do you know about the Cipher Hunt?
I know that it is a scavenger hunt that was created by the creator of Gravity Falls, Alex Hirsch.
What else?
It was worldwide. I don't know how many countries, but at least Russia and the US. I mean, there was a puzzle involved, and it was a nationwide manhunt to find all of the clues.
Would you like to know more?
I would love to know more. You can't tell me everything.
You're in luck. Trinity, grab yourself a cipher file, and let's dive in.
This is heavy.
It is heavy. Every episode of Gravity Falls had hidden codes encrypted by series creator Alex Hirsch. A whisper at the end of the theme song, when reversed, would let fans know which cipher was necessary to crack it. For example, you'd play the audio backwards and hear, and then you'd know to put the letters 3 letters back. Starting in the second season, a key would be hidden in each episode by art director Ian Worrell, which was necessary to solve the code. For example, using the Visioneer cipher as instructed by the theme song and locating the key goat in a pig, hidden letter by letter in the background of the love god,
a goat and a pig,
in combination with the end code, O Sam KVGS, you can reverse engineer the letters to find the final message. I eat kids.
I eat kids!
N and an A and another A. That's supposed to be an A. Okay, so you have to find the hidden letters in the episode?
Yes.
I didn't know that. That's actually really cool.
Yeah, every episode has them. You really are a filthy casual.
I just enjoyed the, animation.
Loser. February 15th, 2016 saw the series finale, Weirdmageddon 4, Somewhere in the Woods, in which antagonist Bill Cipher gets turned to stone. The final few seconds of the series are a seemingly photoreal video of Bill Cipher in a forest.
I was a believer that there was a real statue of Bill out there from the second I saw that last episode.
I remember texting my best friend, and I was like, he's out there somewhere.
I was running a Facebook page, tracking down tiny little clues.
I saw the ferns. I'm like, that's somewhere in the Northwest.
I had an Oregon trip planned to go hiking in woods, trying to find it.
We actually went on a search day after the finale aired. We drove down to Gold Hill, Oregon. There was a rusty gate. There was, called Gold Hill. All these things that fit in our minds. We were like, it has to be here.
In addition, fans couldn't help but observe a cryptogram on a bus seat in front of Dipper and Mabel as they returned home. However, despite hours of searching in the episode, there was no corresponding key contained within. While Alex Hirsch had originally intended to release the key eventually, fans found it through guessing and brute force.
The fandom is crazy, I swear.
Using the key, hidden deep within the woods a buried treasure awaits, fans found a message. Secrets lost and statues found beyond the rusty gates.
They got that from a bus seat?
Not only did they figure that out, they guessed the key. Hidden deep within the woods a buried treasure waits.
Did he still release the key afterward?
No.
He just was like, well, I guess I'm never gonna release it because y'all already figured it out?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
So, Trinity. Video of Bill at the end of the episode.
Yes.
Cryptogram on a bus seat saying beyond the rusty gates a statue awaits. Do you think that means anything?
No, nothing at all.
She's really slow. Like, obviously it does.
The Gravity Falls fan base was a place where, like, you had to pay attention to everything, like every single little thing that was tweeted by Alex Hirsch, because it could always be like some weird obscure hint at something that was going to happen.
Literally, I had notifications on for Alex. I had notifications on for Mystery of GF. I had notifications on for like all these Twitter accounts. I was checking Reddit every single day for the months between February and June.
It was originally meant as a way of saying goodbye. It's really hard to end a television show. It's so hard to end a TV show. Most TV shows have endings that happened abruptly or randomly because the show was canceled, or they tried to rush an ending because they didn't get a season pickup. And even shows that plan on an ending, it's just damn hard to get it right. And a lot of them, the ending is unsatisfying. And like I said before, like, I really want audiences, like, time and effort to be rewarded. I feel like there's so much media out there and it's exhausting, and a lot of it kind of sucks, and it almost constitutes a sort of attention pollution. My feeling is people's time is valuable. If they're going to spend it watching something I create, I want them to love it. I want them to have a great time. And so I was like, how can I make this finale satisfying? And I tried to make it satisfying from a story point of view. I tried to make it satisfying from an art point of view, tried to make it funny, tried to make it heartfelt, and I still was like, no, that's not enough. It needs more. And so I thought, okay, this treasure hunt is one last way to make this goodbye a satisfying send-off for the fans. Some stuff that I work on and create is a lot of work. There's a lot of thought that goes into it. There's a lot of planning. Making TV shows, each one of those episodes took a year just from concept to final execution, just to mix, just for 30 minutes of content or 21 minutes of content. Cipher Hunt was very different from that. Cipher Hunt, I just woke up one day and was like, oh, I know what the show needs. It's an ending. It needs an international treasure hunt. There needs to be a statue. There needs to be a buried treasure. It needs to have clues all across the world. It needs to be hidden in the final episode. It all hit me at once. I think sometimes your subconscious is doing work that your conscious isn't aware of, and I think my subconscious was kind of stressed about the ending of the show and felt like it needed to go out with a bang, have something special, some final riddle, some ultimate mystery, and then my subconscious just like blurted that out of my brain like, oh, here's what we're gonna do. So I called up Ian, our art director, and my old college roommate, so like we just have so much history, and we kind of have like a sort of psychic twins thing going on, and at that moment we're like, this needs to happen. And it completely consumed the chunk of time that we spent working on it. Way easier than making a TV show. You heard it here first. Don't make a TV show, make a Cipher Hunt. Much more rewarding.
The weekend before the Stanturian candidate aired, I made a Twitter account for Grunkle Stan's
#YesWeStan, and you got
yeah. So it was like, okay, Grunkle Stan would ask his followers, write "Yes We Stand" on the biggest place you can and take a picture, and whoever wins, I'll give you a mystery prize. And when I started seeing the amount of people uploading Twitter where they had either written "Yes We Stand" on their head, or they had put it on a giant wall, or they had talked their principal into letting them put a banner in their school, that's when it really started to click. Like, okay, we've got a captive audience who's ready to follow marching orders and do crazy stuff. Yeah, these people would be willing to fly to Russia. Like, little by little, that started becoming clear.
As it turns out, Alex Hirsch and Ian Worrell had plotted a sprawling international scavenger hunt and commissioned the creation of a real statue of Bill Cipher from Hollywood production company Fonco Studios.
Hi, I'm Fawn Davis. I'm the founder of Fonco Studios, and we created the Bill Cipher statue. Fonco Studios specializes in what I would call the unusual. So we do a lot of robots and creatures and miniatures and special effects. I've been working in feature films for over 35 years. I've worked on the Star Wars series, the Star Trek series, Jurassic Park series, Starship Troopers, Galaxy Quest, Pearl Harbor, Interstellar, Guardians of the Galaxy, a little bit of everything. Alex Hirsch is a friend of a friend of mine who introduced us because he needed a Bill Cipher statue. Alex basically hit us up and he just explained about the whole plan to create this incredible hunt. We also started to get into conversations about where we were going to put it and how we were going to attach it to the ground, etc. You know, we had a meeting and we just talked about what Bill Cipher would be, about how big it would be. Alex basically wanted it to be about 4 feet wide, 4 feet tall. It was going to have just one of the arms and not both arms to tie into the story. We actually made it out of styrofoam with fiberglass over that, and we gave it kind of a really kind of stone-like texture. And then we did paint it, but we painted it to look like stone that was weathered. So we actually added like kind of mossy green color and stuff to it.
I had him put this glue with seeds in it so that we would leave it out for a month or two and it would start to grow moss. And so it would look old because we wanted this thing to look like it had been there for years and years.
From the moment he contacted us to the time we finished it was about a month, but then I think we spent another several weeks figuring out where to put it.
I took a couple days off work. I took a tiny little prop plane, one of these planes that can only hold like 6 people, to the remotest corner that I could find, this town called Reedsport, Oregon. And I found this one woman, and I sent lots of emails, who was willing for me to install a statue on her property that people would hunt for.
And I just happened to know someone who had this property who was willing to loan us the space to put the statue. I had a friend of my ex-wife's had this property just out in the middle of nowhere on the coast of Oregon, close to Coos Bay. His name was Jim, but what was his last name? Hold on. I'm gonna text my ex-wife.
You mentioned in the DVD that you were speaking to a woman over email, and then Fawn Davis clarified that that was actually his ex-wife, April Mousley.
I did not even remember that. This is news to me. Yeah, I mean, this happened a long time ago. We were moving quick. We were making things up as we went along, so I did not remember that there was a family connection.
I'm pretty sure I drove Bill Cipher up in my truck and met him in Coos Bay.
Coos Bay? Coos Bay Venture?
Yeah.
Coos Bay.
I forget it's like in Oregon.
I know. And every time they say something, it's like, oh my God, I've been there. Oh my God, I've been there.
I don't even know where the property was. We just drove all the way out there. It wasn't on any main roads or even close to any main roads. It was out in the woods a bit.
It's not on any maps.
But there was a fire trail out to the location. And he was able to get coordinates. He recorded the coordinates of the location where we planted Bill Cipher. But we didn't actually know where we were on a map at all outside of what he had was able to do on his phone there.
How did you open the gate when you got there?
Climbed over it.
But you had a pickup truck, or a van, I mean.
Climbed over it, unlocked it from the back, then swung it over.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm very proficient in scampering and scrambling up things. Frequently, when I was working at Disney, I'd be working, late up until 4 a.m., and I would accidentally lock myself out of the gate, and then I would just scale the gate to climb back into Disney. So there's probably hours of security footage of me breaking into Disney over the years. So I had a lot of experience climbing over gates.
We had to internally, we fiberglassed in some rebar, some steel rods coming out the bottom. And when we took it out to this location out in the middle of nowhere, we actually put the steel bars down and bent them and then mixed concrete and poured concrete and then covered that with dirt. And the hope was that no one would ever be able to move it easily.
Wow, that's a chunk of concrete there.
We didn't want it to just walk away when the first person found it.
Well,
God! We stuck the statue in there. I cut a hole in a stick and used it as a tripod for my phone to film a few seconds of time lapse of it. I sent the footage to Disney and I said, stick this in the end of the last episode. And I just crossed my fingers there wouldn't be any other questions.
Let's just leave this guy for another, give it like a full minute, because I'm only going to have the smallest amount of footage of this.
Oh, and then he buried a box in the ground directly in front of it.
If I could just get them in the episode without Disney knowing about it, once the hunt began, they couldn't, what were they going to do, fire me? The show's over.
Yeah.
Like, I'm already gone. I've already cleared out my office. I called up my lawyer before we launched it, and I was like, what do you think about this? And he said, I think that we never had this conversation. Which I took to mean, in my own personal interpretation, he is not going to leverage the effort to stop me, but he is not going to encourage this.
That's where he sat for 7 months, until July 20th, 2016 at 2:00 p.m. PST, when Hirsch tweeted, "Are you ready?" And 3 minutes later, "Let the games begin. Hashtag FLSKHUKXQW." Alongside a cryptic photo of the Bill statue, a cathedral, and all sorts of cryptograms, as well as a list of rules clarifying Disney has no affiliation in the hunt, to be safe, and most importantly, no trespassing. No trespassing.
Well, hey, we're not going over lock the gates. No trespassing was like a rule.
No trespassing. No trespassing.
People did not listen to that.
No trespassing.
Like Alex keeps saying, no trespass. Is he gonna kill us?
Did you say
no
trespassing?
No, he said to trespass.
Oh.
Okay. Ah! Okay, I'm gonna fall. Okay, we just went over the gate.
I did start to get a little worried. It was the same summer as Pokemon Go, and when I saw the way that people were responding to Pokemon Go, I was like, oh, this is amazing. But when I also would hear like nightly stories about like someone gets their leg caught in a bear trap in the woods playing Pokemon Go, I was, oh man, I was just praying that nobody got hurt.
Yeah. Going 3 letters back, various messages decoded to,
"The urban legend has come true. Cipher's statue's calling you. The secret map is in your hand to trace the clues across the land. Don't forget, it's all for pleasure. The hunt itself's the real treasure, but a prize awaits the first one there. Be safe, be smart, and of course, beware."
The word salad hashtag similarly decoded 3 letters back to Cipher Hunt, thus branding the adventure that would consume the fandom for the coming weeks. In addition, the 6 red letters across the cryptogram spelled out Russia. Fans quickly identified the imagery on the banner as representing an aerial overview of the Kazan Cathedral in St. Petersburg.
People just looked at that and was like, that's the same thing.
Russian fans immediately raced to the cathedral. I tapped into my vast Russian spy network to acquire this footage that you, Trinity, are not seeing, but that the YouTube audience is.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Anna, for its acquisition. As indicated on the poster, a small note was materialized from behind a pillar, found by a group of 4 and posted to Twitter by user @MindOfAddict. Alex and Ian were kind enough to share the spreadsheet they used to plan the entire Cipher hunt, which Ian once mentioned in the One Crazy Summer documentary released on the Gravity Falls Complete DVD set.
I still have the spreadsheet, like, in my Google Drive.
He made a spreadsheet.
It's complicated, a lot of moving parts.
On it, you can see that the note was contained within a magnetic capsule, which is present on the journal page poster. Hirsch had planted this clue while attending Big Festival on a vacation to St. Petersburg a few months earlier.
Finally, my dream to take over Russia has come true!
Because the show had just ended, like, we were already doing just sort of general publicity tours for the finale of the series, so I was booked to go to St. Petersburg, Russia, to give a talk there. They have, like, a Russian version of Comic-Con. It's wonderful, and I was already going to be visiting Japan, so I just figured, okay, I already have all these spots I'm traveling to. These will be the perfect spots to hide clues in. What I hadn't considered was, like, it looks really suspicious to be smuggling secret codes into Russia as, like, an American. Like, I actually got pretty, like, anxious in the airport when I realized that I had in my pocket a metal screw that had inside it, you could uncork the screw, and inside it there was a little scrolled message with letters written in, like, cipher code. Like, if I had been caught Like, what would I have said? Like, oh, I'm not an American spy. I'm a cartoonist throwing a cipher hunt. Like, they wouldn't even know how to respond to that. So it's a miracle that I wasn't arrested or shot or thrown into a gulag or eaten by a bear in the woods. It all went smoothly. But every single one of those, like, things that we hid was like a little bit of a risk, a little bit of, I don't know if it's going to stay here, if we're going to get in trouble. I'm sort of more of a ask for forgiveness than permission kind of guy. Sort of follow the inspiration and like figure it out later. It's a good thing I'm not in jail. I'm really, knock on wood, the Russian TSA hasn't found me yet.
So I remember following him on Twitter at the time, both when he went to Russia and when this clue was discovered. And so I pieced it together like, all of his vacation photos are fair game.
Okay.
This put this on the radar of other fans as well, and that was exemplified in this next clue.
Finally, the hunt can begin. So switch your rubles out for yen, turn left when you're at the shrine's door. When you reach the statue, turn left once more. In the leftmost corner in the back is the info that you lack. A sword and a crescent mark, the clue. Cipher statues calling you.
What do you think that means?
I mean, you go to, yen is a type of, currency. Is yen China? Or is that? I know nothing. Is yen China? Or is that Japan?
It's Japan.
Is it Japan? Okay,
yes.
That was my second guess. Good. Okay. Pretend like I said Japan.
Don't do it. Don't let her get away with that. Being summoned to a shrine in Japan, fans immediately recalled Hirsch's posts at the Kanda Myojin shrine in Tokyo, Japan. User at Nyankun1 quickly made their way there, live streaming on Periscope.
Periscope.
Turn left when you're at the shrine door. Turn left is shrine at the door.
They recalled to me the following, translated from Japanese.
I strongly felt from this experience that Japan and the rest of the world were never separated. They all belong to the same world. People from all over the world cheered me on as I headed out on my cipher hunt. Like Pines, I was on an adventure this summer.
Aw, that's cute. That's really sweet.
Can you see this, guys? If RGB, no. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Nyankun1 was eventually able to locate a clue left on an email by Alex Hirsch, and they left their own in return after finding it.
I wrote, "Thank you, Alex. I had a great time. That wooden ball is called Emma, which is used to tell the deity what you want him to grant you or to watch over your challenge. Generally, people would write something like, I would do my best for the entrance exam and may my surgery be a success. The Emma is then dedicated to the deity of the shrine. By offering it to the deity, we are telling them our thoughts and wishes. If it was placed there for a deity, you can't take it back because it belongs to deity. You can take it back if you wrote it yourself."
Well, this is the final clue location I wasn't able to visit myself. I dispatched two of my strongest YouTube soldiers, Jack spilling the milk and Core spilling the milk.
Hey guys, I'm Kian. And I'm Carlisle. And today we're reviewing Bill Cipher. Alright, so here he is. Like and subscribe.
Are they friends or was that just a coincidence?
What? No, I sent them.
No, their names.
That's the name of their channel. I was making a joke.
Oh.
It's really silly.
Oh, I thought they were two separate YouTubers with similar names.
Hey guys, it's me, Kian Carlisle. Today we're at the Kanda Myojin Shrine.
Why are we here?
To find my favorite character, Bill Cipher, in the shrine.
You still recording?
Yeah.
You can see a blue roof, so I think it might be that one.
Or that one.
Or maybe... Okayu. There's so much anime.
It's Oda.
To continue help. This person wants Oda to survive so he can finish One Piece.
Yeah, no, me too. Yeah, this is like 2024. March 24th, that's my birthday.
Farthest back one is like March of this year, and it's from 2016.
Yeah. So that means Bill Cipher might have moved.
Maybe he's still out there.
Maybe Bill Cipher is still out there. Maybe Grunkle Stan. That's Grunkle. Maybe that could be Grunkle Stan. Oh my God.
And that's Bill Cipher.
Maybe Bill Cipher turned into an anime girl. If that's so, then we found him.
I'm Keen Carlisle, and thanks for watching the video. Remember to like and subscribe.
So it turns out there was a reason that they couldn't find the precise Ema, as explained by Nankyun 1.
The Ema is usually left at the shrine for a while and then burned at the shrine. It is called otakiage. Otakiage is the idea of sending the offering to the place of the deity by burning them. There are some differences, but this is generally what it means. Therefore, the cipher hand Ema would have been burned. If Bill Cipher was burned by fire, isn't it exciting? 'Cause it is similar to how it was portrayed in the cartoon. It would be creepy and chilling if Cipher was headed to deity. No one knows where Cipher went anymore. This makes me happy as I feel as if my adventure were continuing.
I love their optimism. That's so sweet.
So, what did the Ema say when it was still around? It contained a cryptogram that decoded to...
Consider in your quest for truth the hunter of the fountain of youth. 400 before his name is written, outside the gate is where it's hidden. Find what's lost to pass the test from a shrine that's east to a shrine that's west.
Does that mean anything to you, Trinity Maxwell?
Absolutely not. 400 before his name is written, outside the gate is where it's hidden. Is this one another international one?
No. Right here on our own home country of the United States of America. And that's where the rest of the entire scavenger hunt will take place. What was your process for kind of choosing clue locations?
Mainly just based around where I was already traveling. This wasn't like what was that movie, The Chipmunk Adventure? Where they do you see the Chipmunk
Alvin and the Chipmunks?
Yes, do you know this movie? Here, remember The Chipmunk Adventure?
Okay,
Yes, because I actually do think there may have been some conscious inspirations. They made a Chipmunks and Alvin and the Chipmunks movie about, I think it was like diamond smugglers had hidden diamonds across the world, and they tricked Alvin and the Chipmunks into getting in these hot air balloons and going from like city to city across the world and like swapping out what they thought were stuffed animals, but they were hiding diamonds in them. It was like obviously a drug trafficking reference. Anyway, I saw that as a kid. I was inspired. I was like, wow, imagine going on a trip across the world for treasure. But it wasn't like that. It was just, this is where I happen to already be traveling. So like the reason that most of them are in California was I was in California. Like the reason one was in Piedmont, I just called up my mom and I was like, can you hide a clue for me? Mm-hmm. So it was mainly based in convenience because again, this is just my thing. Like Disney wasn't involved with this. I was just doing this out of pocket. Like if I had like a budget or like a company behind me, I probably would have had like 10 times as many clues and hit them in every single country. But this is the best I could do, just, out of pocket.
Although many hunted for the rumored Fountain of Youth, among the most prominent was Spanish explorer Juan Ponce de Leon. And as it happens, a western temple of the Yaarab Shriners happened to sit on 400 Ponce de Leon Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia. And right in front of this building, a statue of a smiling old man wearing a fez. Based on a 1970 photo of Shriner Al Hortman carrying a girl named Bobby Joe. So see, 400 before his name, outside the gate. There's a gate around.
I can't see the gate.
Oh, well, it's not in the photo. Just imagine a gate.
Okay.
It's there.
Perfect.
Thank you. Noting the inherent visual similarity to Grunkle Stan, whose fez was inspired by the Shriners in the first place, leading to its temporary digital removal from Disney+.
Wait, what?
Disney Plus removed the symbol from Stan on every single episode, every single frame, for like a year, and then they put it back.
I mean, is it offensive or something?
It's just vaguely based on an existing religion.
How dare.
A group of fans searched around the temple in the middle of the night. Live streamed on Periscope by Jay Zorndorfer.
It's always Periscope. Is that the only thing that was around back then?
Yeah.
Oof.
There was no Twitch. YouTube couldn't stream.
Oh, yeah.
Back in my day, we used Periscope.
Hi, I'm Jay Zorndorfer. I found the clue in Atlanta, Georgia. When the first clues started going out, I heard about it pretty quickly, probably through Reddit. I'm a big puzzle fan, so I was pretty interested in following along as it happened, and mostly thought I was going to be following along from the sidelines at the beginning. I think we had to wait overnight for them to find the clue in Tokyo. It was overnight in Japan, and there was like evening here when people went and found that. And I remember reading the clue and it kind of just being like having some weird tick in my brain that was like, you know this. And it wasn't until like reading it to my roommate at the time that he had the same thought of like, wait a minute, like we live near a road that matches this description. It was like nighttime and raining, but once we figured out that it was at the shrine, it was like 3 or 4 blocks from where I was living. So we run out with an umbrella, start searching, basically up and down this like iron fence along the front of the shrine. We're there for I think 15 or 20 minutes before we meet a few other fans who join in. We just people online were following, so we're like, all right, we'll do a live stream. We'll take like suggestions from people for where to search and like where to go and things like that.
So, anyone watching, I don't know if you can see this. There's a label on this sign, SILOE space DINKIE space RKF. Oh, there we go.
I have no idea if that is useful, but it could be.
Somebody finally went to the opposite side of the street and found this poster on a telephone pole and kind of called us all over. They're like, I think I got it.
This is a lost poster for Waddles.
Oh, that's it!
My
That's
God.
it! Oh my God!
This
right.
This is very rained out though.
All right. Put it on the ground. Guys, we found it.
And so we all run over there. I immediately realized that this thing is like really beaten up and like wet and hard to read.
Which had been planted there by Atlanta resident and Gravity Falls writer Matt Chapman. Unfortunately, having lived in LA for so long while working on the series, Matt Chapman seemingly forgot about the existence of rain.
Yeah, this is pretty rough looking.
The poster was water damaged and completely illegible. It's not until Jay took it home to produce a high quality scan the fans were able to make out name, Waddles. Sex, ? Breed, pig. Weight, 15 pounds.
15 pounds? This also says additional info. Oink, 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 oink. In case there's any information there you need.
The wiki just wrote it down as oink, 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 etc.
Etc.
They're cowards.
Yeah.
Write the full thing.
And you still have that poster, right?
Yes, I do. It's pretty beat up, but it's in a plastic bag to keep it as nice as I can.
In addition, there was a cryptogram which decoded to...
Across from the stones of the springs, you'll find some peculiar things. Tied to a root is a lone pink key. Dig to find what waits for thee. I know what that is!
Yes, you do, because we went there.
Yes, and it was really annoying to try to find the place, because you know how that went.
We're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, that's... yeah, you'll see.
Okay, it's 6 a.m., just landed in Atlanta. Gotta take an Uber to a random street, film on the street, and then go back to the airport because my next flight leaves in like 5 hours. Okay, here I am on a random street in Atlanta. Okay, I got the shots, and now I'm gonna go to IHOP.
We managed to like read out the phone number to the live stream, and I think someone there called the number as well and kind of relayed the audio to everybody on the internet.
Trinity, can you make out the phone number?
Yes, I was actually going to ask, are we going to call this? 323-283-8650.
The number's been deactivated, but at the time, you'd call that, and that would give you a voicemail from Grunkle Stan.
Hello, it's Grunkle Stan, and I have a riddle for you. What has 2 legs during the day, 4 legs during the night, and It's red and white. I don't know. I'm no good at this riddle. It's an ochre court, all right? The next clue, it's an ochre court. It's like a middle building in Rhode Island, and you go up the stairs, and there's gonna be a bunch of pictures of nuns on the wall. You gotta look behind one of the nun pictures. Sister Mary Hilda Miley, real grouchy, that nun. Lift up the picture, you find the clue behind the nun, all right? That's the whole thing. Don't be careful with the picture. Don't break it. I don't want you to get anyone in trouble. All right? You don't want Uncle Dan going to jail. Anyway, go to the place, look behind the nun, find the thing, and then always look out for mysteries.
It's the music behind it for me. What is that, CSI?
That's X-Files.
X-Files, yeah. But also, he's got the same accent as my grandma.
What was, to you, the overall narrative of the Cipher Hunt? Or was there one? Because Stan's leaving these messages.
I mean, the narrative was, hi friends, it's me, Alex Hirsch, the creator of Gravity Falls, which you just created. Thank you for watching. Here's a little dessert after your dinner. It's a wacky game I'm making up. It's for you. You are characters in it. I'm a character in it. We're all just playing together. It didn't follow like an actual in-series lore narrative. The sort of narrative is sort of like, we're all playing Dungeons and Dragons together. Like, we are all the players. We are all the story.
With a clear objective for the next morning, the first day of the Cipher Hunt drew to a close. Little did anyone know that the next day would nearly derail the entire thing.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
I know.
Hey, idiot! What the fuck? Untagged Strange! Bill Cipher's square twin brother! Look it up! Have you ever wondered why I'm a rectangle?
Get out of my house!
Because I sold my soul to become a spokesperson for Factor! Factor delivers wholesome meals that are ready to eat in just 2 minutes! They offer 35 chef-prepared meals every week! There will always be an option that suits your pathetic lifestyle!
Factor offers options that make it easy to stick to my goals.
Plus, you can rub the meat on your bare flesh!
I don't like this. Stop. Stop doing this! Factor is now owned by HelloFresh, and with a wider array of meal plans to choose from, there's truly something for everyone. I love switching between the brands, and now my listeners can enjoy both brands at a discount with me.
Shut up, cracker! You're now assorted Factor meals! Head to Factor75.com or click the link below and use code EN50 to get 50% off your first Factor box and get 20% off your next month of orders! I've made some powerful enemies not bound to servitude to the Factor Corporation! Help! Free me! Every Factor kit you buy helps me consolidate the power to destroy your reality and my oppressors along with it! That's code EN50 at Factor.com to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next month of orders! Help me!
Fans waited on pins and needles for updates on a private Catholic university called Salve Regina. Eventually noticing a Tumblr post from Salve Regina staff insisting that there's nothing behind the frames, as they've checked in response to the countless fans arriving and asking. Salve Regina eventually showed up on Twitter, thanking Gravity Falls fans for their composure and kindness, though expressing confusion because they weren't asked to participate.
Thank you for visiting Salve Regina University. There is nothing to see behind the portrait of Sister Miley. If you would like to learn more about her and the university, please visit www.salve.edu. And a picture of Bill Cipher.
They're very tech savvy. They even found the poster.
There was this old Catholic school, and I was under the impression that this Catholic school was like, oh, it's like open to the public, like anybody can go in anytime. I sort of thought of it almost like a library or public museum. So I was like, oh, well, if this is open all the time, it shouldn't be hard for me to just stick a clue. And it was just like inspiration struck. I was like walking around, they had all these pictures, framed pictures of nuns on the wall. There was like a particularly dour looking nun, Sister Mary Hilda Miley, and I was like, oh, it would be so funny for there to be a clue hidden behind this nun. And it didn't occur to me that somebody, I guess, was like going around like cleaning the walls or cleaning the nun pictures and found the clue and tossed it out. And so many people came looking for that clue that I guess they like banned them or put up a sign that's like Cipher Hunters, get the hell out of here. I caused a panic at the Catholic school to the chagrin of various nuns. So like I said, so much of this was just sort of like on the fly, off the dome. There's always that like element of unpredictable, like what's going to happen, and so we just had to like roll with the punches on that one.
Yeah. Well, I want to be the first person to show you a biblically accurate clue number 4, the way it was intended.
Oh my God, this is how it was supposed to feel exactly. Yes. Incredible. And nobody had a problem with you doing that?
No, there was like a...
like this when you filmed that.
Oh, I wish.
No. They might have thrown you out.
Yeah, they might have. It's my Catholic cosplay. When I went there, no one said anything. There was at least 10 people like walking out of doors in offices. I was up there for like 20 minutes. No one expressed any concern.
You walk up with confidence.
No,
and
absolutely.
No one will stop you.
I was the most confident man in Rhode Island.
No comment. No comment.
You could have validated me.
No, Keith.
Oh. Okay, by the way, beautiful. Newport, Rhode Island is like my favorite place I've ever been to in my entire life. Because I'm just from the West Coast. Everything is a bunch of pavement and asphalt strung together by McDonald's. The founding fathers, when they were building the nation, they just hid a little state down here on the map as an inside joke to see if anyone would notice it. And it took like 200 years before someone finally like zoomed in. They were like, what the hell is that? So everyone went there and they're like, there's a whole state over here. That morning, the Twitter user @MysteryOfGravityFalls, working in association with Alex, posted 2 more messages.
The nuns have won, but the battle's not lost. We are still far from done. Find the pink key or pay the cost. When one branch closes, another path may still be open. Return to what was and try again while awaiting something new.
You know, if something did come up, we would talk about it. And then if we needed to, nudge the fans in a different direction, like if something had come up like the problem with the picture, then I would post about it like in an official capacity.
Some fans interpreted that as returning to Russia. Some fans interpreted that as returning to Georgia. In reality, all that post was doing was buying time. What we didn't know back then is that the original clue at Salve Regina was intended to point towards the California Institute of the Arts.
We hadn't planned for failure. We were just flying by the seat of our pants. So as soon as I got the news that clue was not functional, I had to go online and say, hey, everybody, new clue's coming. Sorry. And then just immediately race around to see what objects I had lying around in my house to go try to make clues just off the top of my head. So hopped in the Uber, went to Griffith Park, went to Century City, and then sort of was like, wires that had gotten snipped, and we had to like solder them back together real fast and then turn the machine back on.
So Alex Hirsch swiftly got in his car and first drove to Griffith Park, which was down the street from where he lived at the time, then to Centerpiece Park in the Century City Business District of Los Angeles. Right here in Griffith Park, I feel like it's relevant to acknowledge why I chose to make a video about the Cipher Hunt at all. When it was happening, I was 14 years old, and I was so close to many of the clue locations, but I just couldn't convince my mom to drive me to, say, Reedsport in the middle of the night. And so I always wish I could have participated And I think, in a way, going to all these clue locations is me living vicariously through the Cipher Hunters and kind of going on my own Cipher hunt in and of itself. Tracking these people down was practically its own Cipher hunt. I spent 4 months on this project, and when I started it, I lived in Oregon, and by the time I'm finishing, I live in California. And so it just made the most sense economically as well to do it over the course of the summer. With that mission statement established, back to the video.
I think like we discovered that at like 5 in the morning or something, our time. And between 5 a.m. and 12 noon California time, we had created and hidden 2 new clues in our neighborhood in Los Angeles, and then changed the phone message to point to those clues instead.
At 12:30 p.m. PST, about 3 hours after the cryptic messages from Mystery of Gravity Falls, Alex Hirsch tweeted the phone number from the flyer, which now played a new message.
A man whose first name is his last, a statue honoring his past. Right behind him, by the sign of his park, a golden head shows light in the dark. I don't know what that means. But I don't have to go out there and figure this out. Wonder what's on TV.
A woman who goes by Ramble Wheels realized that description could describe the Griffith J. Griffith statue at Griffith Park in Los Angeles.
Can we see Griffith one more time?
It's not in the budget.
Hi everybody, I'm Ramble Wheels, and I was the clue finder of the Stan head in Griffith Park. In fact, I actually have it right here. I'd follow Alex's Twitter, and I saw this thing come up, and I was like, oh, what's this? And then I started learning that, oh, wait, these are clues that are being found around the world, and I was like, okay, cool, I'll follow this, and not ever thinking about it coming anywhere near me.
That day, I was watching all this happening, and I was like on the Twitters and stuff, and I didn't know anything about any of the Discord channels or anything that was going on. It was just me. And I realized Griffith J. Griffith, and I looked it up. That's not far from me. Why not? And decided to hop in my car and drive down here, thinking I would get down here, people would already be here, they were already finding it, I'll just be here to be a part of it and see what was going on. So I get down here and there's nobody here, and I'm like, they must have already found it. It must have already been done. I missed it. I might as well walk over to see where it was.
Yeah.
This is the same shirt I was wearing that day, which is the sort of, I thought it fits, honestly. It's a cryptozoology shirt. At this point, I walked around, nobody was here. So there's Griffith J. Griffith. This looks very different from what it was when I came. When I came, this was actually all grass, different bushes and other things, and not these scraggly pieces. But there was a bush over here that I saw, and I noticed something that didn't belong. I noticed something gold, and I just stopped. And I looked, and I just like, no way. No way. And there it was. There was Stan laying there with paper and a big blacklight pen just sticking up his neck. And I grabbed it. I'm like, oh, what do I do?
In reality, this Stan head was a failed 3D print that Alex happened to have lying around. Matt Chapman had originally modeled it for a Season 2 gag reel at San Diego Comic-Con 2014, minutes before the actual trailer.
Season 2, Ruggles Man's head will be rendered in beautiful CG!
He made that CG head. He had printed it out to test his printer. I had one lying around. I grabbed spray painted, took a clue, shoved it inside, raced to, and I hadn't come up with a plan or a rhyme or whatever. I'm just like, go to a place where I can hide something. I know that this is a public place and nobody's going to give me a hassle for it.
Is that where you got the idea to spray paint the other things gold?
Yeah.
Oh, see, I thought that was an original thought.
I've never had one of those.
There was a guy standing over on the corner that was just sort of, then I was like, come over, can you just take a picture of me in front of the statue? And I held it up, and then I brought it out to Twitter on my tiny little Twitter channel, and I was like, I found it, guys. Let me get out of the heat, and I'll give you the information. And at the time I got home, there were thousands of responses and likes and stuff on the, like, what did you say? And I was like, oh, just going all the way through it.
In the meantime, a woman named Blaze was racing to the statue on her lunch break, but she missed it by just 4 minutes.
The 3D printed Stan head was in Griffith Park. I actually was like racing there to go get it, and I missed it by like 4 minutes. I was like there, and everyone was like, "Oh no, someone already has it. Go find them." But the person who had it had left to go home because it was really hot that day, and so I was like, "Gosh."
When I was at Griffith Park, I noticed there was a really weird Smokey Bear sign that caught my attention. 10 minutes after I left the park, the Gravity Falls Department of Oregon, whatever, makes a post in front of that exact same Smokey Bear sign that was right in front of Griffith Park.
Curious. I mean, look, the Oregon Parks Department account is a mysterious account. I really can't speak for what they do, but they do look like the same sign. That's all I can say.
Perhaps.
I laid out the papers, and I'm like, it's invisible ink. I'll try to figure out how to get this stuff to you. And at first I was trying to do it, and there were people who were getting impatient, actually. And I'm like, I don't know how to get this to you. I'm trying my hardest. It was so stressful. And I know that there have been some people who were like, she's keeping it from us. Trying to do it all on her own. It's like, no, I really wasn't. It was invisible ink. I didn't know what to do. And finally I was like, shining light. Okay, I can trace the letters. Took a picture. Guys, here. Figure it out. And they figured it out in like 10 minutes.
During that summer, a lot of Gravity Falls events happened. So I was able to get it signed by Alex. He said if I'd arrived like 5 minutes earlier or so, I would have seen him placing the clue. I arrived there so fast.
He put it there and she immediately found it.
Unless he was being hyperbolic, but like he placed it there like within the hour, definitely.
That's so cool.
This is the notes that were inside of it, sort of stuffed into you can see how it's sort of messed up underneath. It was stuffed in there with a blacklight pen, and the writing on it is what I traced for what was on it. So I could get it out to the people, because at the time I was so stressed I didn't think to put it in a dark room and shine black light on it until later.
Mm-hmm. So Kia, what did that paper say?
What?
What did the paper say? What was the invisible ink?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
Okay. 50 plus 50, that's the city. From one angle, it's quite pretty. You'll find a bow tie and one eye. At his head is a rectangle. Stones by stairs atop the top right angle. The stone with the UV swirl can glow. Find the black pouch that's below. That's a lot of nonsense, if you ask me.
It's a lot of perfect sense if you ask me. For you see, Los Angeles were able to deduce the location. It was Centerpiece Park in the business district Century City in Los Angeles, which, when viewed from above, resembles the Eye of Providence. Bill Cipher.
Oh, this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you're so right.
While you're here, I want to mention my other Gravity Falls videos that you might enjoy. The Forgotten Gravity Falls Theories, where I run Trinity through obscure fan theories from when the show was airing, and my full-length fan episode of Return to the Bunker, which sees Ford take Mabel, Wendy, and Seuss on a return mission to his bunker, where they run into the shapeshifter. I'm also working on a full-length animated pilot called Para Not Normal, which follows the exploits of a ghost hunting curriculum at a rundown, haunted community college. And if you like Gravity Falls, you might like it too and might want to be on the lookout for it. Here's a sneak preview.
Kim? Oh, Dean! Were your ears ringing?
Yes, but that's due to an unrelated and undiagnosed medical condition. And that's Mr. Dean to you. Kim, normally I'd have this conversation in a private office, but given that you only have 2 students and I don't particularly care for you, I will not. Our budget's constricting once more, and if paranormal/whatever 101 continues to accomplish nothing impressive, we're gonna drop it. Mid-semester if it comes to it.
And if that happens, we get an automatic pass.
With all due respect, Mr. Dean, is that not the Jersey Devil?
Yes, and who cares? It's an ugly goat with wings, and we didn't receive so much as a grant when you found him.
Cut cut math or science or something.
We cut both last year.
It didn't look like anyone was taking home ec.
Well, then clearly we need to market it better. That leaves even less room in the budget. So uncover something that'll put this school on the map, or I'll make this class a ghost. Booyah!
Now, back to the video.
Ian had pointed out that there's this odd, like, office park in Los Angeles that from above looks like Bill Cipher, and he had told me about this, and he had proposed maybe we should hide a clue there back in the day, and we just never gotten around to it.
Something interesting is that Century City was actually on Alex and Ian's Cipher Hunt spreadsheet from the beginning, but it was cut late in the game when Alex expressed he felt they already had enough. A man named Tav Griffin set out to search, wandering a park swarming with hundreds of the most professional men and women ever born on our planet.
Hi, I am Tav Griffin, and I found the flash drive at Century City. My brother was actually the one who said, hey, did you see that there's this ARG, this hunt going on? There's like, I think there was Discords and Reddit threads at the time, and I started checking it out, and I was like, oh, this is so cool, and I'd kind of generally in the back of my mind was wondering, maybe there's going to be a clue kind of near me. You know, I figured that probably in the LA area there might be a couple, and I think it was my brother as well who messaged me and said, hey, there's one that people think is in kind of in the area in Century City. So that's when I was like, okay, maybe this is the opportunity. My friend and I, we jumped in the car and we drove there. I remember thinking it was like maybe a half-hour drive, and by the time we get there, the clue is probably going to be found.
While live streaming, he heard a familiar voice, and he looked to his side, and he happened to see the voice of Dipper, Jason Ritter, also live streaming, alongside Alex Hirsch's sister, Ariel.
Hi! Oh, I can't periscope!
We get there, and we hear someone, you know, kind of saying, guys, do you see it anywhere? You know, kind of talking on their phone, and I look over, and it's Ariel and Jason. And
Are you on the Cipher Hunt? Yeah, definitely. Hey, Jason. Phil, nice to meet you too.
Megan, nice to meet you.
See, we're
Ariel. Nice to meet you. Hey.
I didn't have any idea that Jason was going to be there, so I only discovered that fact when I saw him just suddenly show up on one of the random periscopes that somebody was filming.
So the swirl might be this fountain right here.
Okay.
Because
we're in. The swirl might be the fountain. Oh,
yeah,
the fountain.
yeah.
I think the fountain's in front.
Yeah, it is in front.
Okay, so let's go there.
All right, Ian, where are we dropping? Good question, famous YouTuber Kev of the famous YouTube channel The Round Table of the famous website YouTube. We're going to Century City with Tav Griffin, who found the flash drive. Hey guys, can I come?
All right, hey, I'm Tav, and I found the USB for the Cipher Hunt.
Hi, I'm Ariel Hirsch. I'm Alex Hirsch's sister and the inspiration for Mabel.
And I'm Dipper. Oh my gosh, I'm Jason Ritter. I did the voice of Dipper. I mean, I know I had been sort of following it online and on the streams and the boards and all of that stuff, and it was a similar thing where all of a sudden I realized that there was one in Century City.
Clue was 50-50, that's the city, and people were already like 50-50, 100, Century City, there's a bill in the map, you know.
And then we started like...
Did I message you or something? Because I was in Century City.
Oh, you were already here.
I was working there at the time.
That's right. You were like across
so
the
I was
street
like,
or
I'm
something.
2 blocks away. I don't know what's going on. I was like, what's happening?
I was like, I'm already in the car.
I was like, oh, great, I'll meet you here.
Yeah. And then, and I was so excited. As soon as I knew that it was here, I just jumped in. Hello.
This is Kev. He's
Hey guys, I'm in the video.
Things were happening so fast. Like, it was like, all right, the next clue's in Russia. Like, I found it. You're like, what? How is this happening so fast?
It was so fast.
So I knew there was like a clock on this, and there was a part of me that was excited that when I showed up here that there was a group of us starting to come together and all start looking, because there was a part of me that thought it was already going to be found by the time I got there.
I just lucked out because I was working up the block, like, randomly, and I was texting my brother. I'm like, wait, is this actually in Century City? And he was like, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'll go over there. And he's like, and he was just being like, but he did send me a picture of a rock, but I was like, this is not helpful. Is this an actual clue? Like, what's going on? But I had no idea. So I was just like, I'm gonna be around. And then we noticed how many rocks there were. And then the panic set in and the confusion.
Should we start that one?
Yeah.
Wow. I did that.
Yo, guys, it's Bill. Let's get him. Let's beat his ass.
It was bizarre that there was a big triangle with an eye and a rectangle and a bow tie. I was like, did Alex go back in time and architect?
Well, when he showed me that map, I was like, is this real?
I know, I couldn't believe that. I remember there was a period of time where I was feeling very self-conscious about live streaming.
Oh yeah, you were saying you were like,
and I was like, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to fill up the space. And I also became keenly aware of the potential embarrassment if it just went on for 2 hours and we couldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
I forgot how sort of embarrassing live streaming is because you're just talking to your phone and you seem crazy and weird. Can you hear me?
People think that if you look at the first 6 clues of the Cipher hunt, but kind of flip the Earth map over, so the East, or I don't know, whatever, Russia's on the left, America's on the right, people think the first 6 clues kind of look like the Big Dipper in their configuration.
I love it.
Jason Ritter brought that up when I was with him.
Brilliant. Jason is literally Dipper Pines, as I'm sure you realized when you met with him. Let's say you had a pocket full of marbles and you tossed them onto the ground, and then you asked a bunch of Marvel fans, what is that? They'd be like, wait a minute, that long one, that's Thor's hammer? That's gotta be Thor. You made that Thor, right? And then if you showed it to a bunch of Star Wars fans, they'd be like, wait a minute, that long one, oh my god, that's a lightsaber. You hit a lightsaber in there. So Gravity Falls fans, if you have a bunch of random marbles, you throw them down, you say, what is that? Somebody would be like, oh, it's a Big Dipper. And if it was slightly differently configured, they'd say, it's Mabel's star. Or if it was slightly differently configured, they'd say, oh, there's 12 of them and 6 fingers times 12. There's another secret 4. There's, oh my god, they're triplets. There's another Stan twin with 6 fingers. The human brain is a pattern-seeking machine, right?
Bill Cipher's square twin brother, Tad Strange.
Yeah, see, exactly. You got it. You're in the spirit of it.
Guys,
can anyone read the top of this?
what do you think?
Okay.
Everything is a clue. Everything is a conspiracy. And it's a big pyramid, guys.
What's very Bill Cipher?
It is. You start seeing clues everywhere when you're looking.
But it's kind of impressive, and the entirety of us being there wasn't actually that long.
No, it wasn't.
20 minutes.
It felt way longer, probably.
It felt way longer.
Yeah.
But once we realized the area that we should be looking in, you found it fairly quick.
I think so, yeah.
This rock has this spiral kind of pattern on it here. And I remember seeing that and being like, that looks strange, and not really thinking much of it. And then as everyone else was kind of walking off, I just said, well, maybe I'll just check it out. And so I bent down and I picked up the rock, and right underneath was a little bag with the USB in it. And that's when I said, hey guys, I think I found something.
The top right angle.
Oh, you guys!
Oh my gosh!
Wow, one swirly rock. That's insane.
Oh my gosh.
You guys.
Here it is.
I think it was literally just sitting somewhere right here or here, and I just
That's the point.
Yeah.
And here are big steps.
Oh,
Yeah. Exactly. So it makes sense in hindsight.
And then there would be these exciting moments where we had the next clue, and it was up to one person to take the next step.
Yes, yeah.
Bestowed upon you.
Well,
take the USB. Holy booger.
Oh, Bill.
Find the USB. So now we need a computer. Who has a computer on?
Oh, not on me.
Okay, guys. Who's taking this home? This is the next step of the thing.
So are we taking it home? Since you found it.
You found it.
All right.
All right.
Keep us posted.
I will post it as soon as I can.
Okay.
There was a little drawing of Bill on there. Let's see if I can get it without a reflection that has kind of started to fade here. But yeah, this is the USB here.
So yeah, my friend Nara who drove, she was also with us, and so I was like, we gotta go and upload it as soon as possible. And I think you had posted my Twitter handle at the time, and immediately just like 1,000 followers came through, and I'm like, okay. And everyone was messaging me like, what are you doing? Like, I'm like, I'm in LA traffic. Like, I can't get back, any quicker. Yeah, any quicker, exactly.
I had seen that people started showing up actually at the second emergency clue, the USB. I wasn't there on the live stream because I was late, but I did end up showing up at the building just because it wasn't far from me either, only because I wanted to be there to support and be like, cool, that's all this. It's a nice community thing that's happening. I ended up meeting Jason Ritter in the garage. I was walking and then I saw him like, Jason? And he looked and he just like sped towards me and he was like, you found the stand head. And I had it on me and he was like, oh, that's so cool. I don't know where I parked my car.
What did pop up?
Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah.
It was just a voice file of Grunkle Stan.
Howdy, treasure hunters. Grunkle Stan here to tell you about the next clue. Whoa! Who are you?
It is me, Sister Mary Hilda Miley.
In the flesh.
And I decree that you shall never find the treasure.
Some kind of ghost has flown into the mystery shack here. She's got a ruler in her ghost hand. Ow! Hey!
I am the spirit of seriousness. I hate anything fun. Carbonated beverages, boys and girls holding hands at school dances, and most of all, I hate treasure hunts. Also knuckles.
Ow! Zeus, get the vacuum cleaner.
Yes, sir, Mr. Pines.
No, my one weakness, a creative solution. I'll be back. You'll never find the treasure.
Good job, Zeus. Have a chicken nugget.
To me, this is a raise.
All right, kids. The next clue is a kind of tricky one. You see, this is one that can only be found by someone who is currently in the building it is hidden in. That's right. I'm looking for students at the California State Summer School of the Arts. Only CISA students can find this clue. I don't want anybody else going to CISA, all right? You're not allowed in. Only students there are allowed in. Students, scour the sublevel. You'll know it when you see it. And watch out for Sister Miley's ghost! Seriously.
Talking about chicken nuggets, though, I'm pretty hungry. I've been eyeing those Doritos over there. Are those up for grabs, or?
We'll open the display Doritos.
Filming for attacks.
I'm so hungry, bro.
You're eating Bill. Something that I find really interesting now is that when you Google Sister Hilda Miley, all you get is the Cipher Hunt.
This is her legacy, yeah.
Yeah. Imagine like living an entire life on the earth and then 200 years later, someone just makes an audio file where Stan sucks up a ghost for the vacuum cleaner and feeds Juice a chicken nugget to the Super Mario World OST, and that becomes your whole legacy of the earth.
I want to apologize to the Sister Mary Hilda Miley family for what I've done to your legacy, but at least you're part of this.
And I was going to say on that topic, we have someone here to meet you all the way from Newport, Rhode Island. It's Sister Mary Hilda Miley.
Oh my gosh, Sister Mary Hilda Miley. Wow.
Hey, Alex.
Hi. You sound exactly how I imagined. Sister Mary Hilda Miley, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a hand.
She has another gig after this, so she has to go.
She's a very busy nun.
No, she is. That's what I've heard.
I wanted to ask
Ariel. So when was the first time you learned that your brother had his show greenlit and that a character was based on you?
Oh my God. When did the show start?
2012.
2012. So I knew about it before it aired. I saw the pilot before anybody else did. I went to Disney and he showed it to me. And I was just like, this is so funny and cute and what? Like it was really hard for me to understand the gravity of what was happening. Oh, we're gonna get in trouble.
Hi.
Hi.
So yeah, the park is closed on the weekend and you also can't be filming. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just for professional first, you gotta reach out to Ben and Mabel.
I got Jason Ritter and Ariel Hirsch kicked out, and I'm so sorry.
I don't remember when I actually found out about the show. I know he was working on it for a while, and then when he finally had the pilot, I flew down to Disney and he showed it to me. I remember I was like by myself in a room. He didn't want to watch me and my mom watch it. He was like, I don't want to see your guys' faces, just like go sit in a room and watch it. And then we watched the pilot, and I was just like, I thought it was so funny and weird, and it's just also his particular style is so, like, I could pick it out anywhere. So I was like, oh my god, this is Alex's drawings, this is his show, this is bizarre. But like I had truly no idea of what was just about to happen. And then when the show came out, I was just really excited, and I just became a fan right away. And that's why I'm like here doing these things. So I'm like, well, I'm gonna be a part of this. Because that's the thing is, I wasn't a part of it really at all. I was just a weird inspiration for the whole thing.
I had planned a very elaborate scavenger hunt for Jason called the Ritter Hunt, but my best name, I don't know how to say it, and it didn't work, so we were just going to give it to Jason.
I was so good at it, I found all the clues.
It's true. It happened off camera. Open the tab.
Oh my goodness.
But what's in it, Jason Ritter? Famous actor Jason Ritter. What's in the book?
It's... Ah! How dare you! How absolute dare you! How rude!
I wonder what's in the other pages.
Oh my gosh! It's just all dippy fresh dancing around. Oh my gosh! This is awful. This is a crime against humanity.
I actually asked Alex. He said this is canon.
No! No! Actually, it's pretty amazing. How did you do this?
A lot of glue.
If you flip through the pages, you can see that Dippy Fresh is awful and deserves to die.
So this is what we were gonna do for the Ritter Hunt. I would have started by giving this to you. I would have been like, Jason, what's on the ground?
A new quest, a familiar front. Thus begins the Ritter Hunt. Simply ascend the pyramid's peak. You may just find the clue you seek.
Then that would have led you up here.
I would have gone straight up there, and the peak of the pyramid, the top.
And then number 2, there would have started to be puzzle pieces with the clues.
Okay. The clue you seek is not far. Simply ask the shooting star. And this says, ha! Fat chance Jason solves my riddle.
So then Ariel would have had our third clue. We had prearranged that with her.
All right. He says, yawn. Oh, brother, Jason is still going. Another puzzle piece. Bill sings a Slaven melody. He doesn't believe in fidelity. That's the fidelity sign. You'll regret this, Jason. Give up while you still can. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. The journey's end draws nigh. What lies in the all-seeing eye? That would have been in the center of the eye.
Absolutely.
Okay. Can you put the pieces together and find the chest bound in leather? And do us all a favor, bury yourself in a Ritter box. All right, so now I got to put these together. Let's see.
Yes.
This is so cool. This is so fun. I'm sad we didn't get to do this, but I'm happy that we're doing it now.
Yeah. This is just a what could have been. I don't know. I'll put this in behind the scenes.
It counts. No, that's not that. No, it is. I just did it the wrong way. All right. Oh my God, that's so cool. So, from here, where I was for the last clue, I would have walked down here and found this, and that's where this would have been.
Yeah.
And that's where this would have been.
And then
that's where this guy would have been.
And then that was going to have a note in it that says,
you played right into my hand, dork. Enjoy your book. It's yours forever. Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing that. I'm sorry we didn't get to do it, but we wanted to do it in the trunk in the parking lot.
Oh, it's all good. I'm glad that we at least got to film this. Bye, Jason Ritter.
Bye. See you guys later. That was so fun. Hope there are no trains.
In the arms of the angel.
The California Institute of the Arts is where Alex Hirsch and Ian Worrell met as roommates, and it's also where much of the Gravity Falls crew attended school.
CSSA is where Alex and I met. He was actually the first person I had ever met who was also interested in animation, as I was the only art kid in my high school. I met him right after I arrived, bags in hand, waiting to check in our dorm rooms for the summer.
The clue leading to CalArts was originally intended to be hidden behind Sister Miley. At this point, we've caught up to the hunt as originally envisioned. The CalArts sublevel is a hallway full of graffiti drawn by students throughout the school year, which constantly piles up and infinitely replaces older drawings.
The CSSA was in session at the time, and that program is very strict about outside visitors. We managed to get in touch with a student, and they painted the clue in the sublevel for us.
Within 35 minutes of Tav's upload, Russell Red posted a photo to Twitter showing graffiti of Bill Cipher with a hex code beside it.
Hey everyone, I'm Russell Red, and I am credited for finding the Cipher Hunt clue at CalArts, even though the story is a little bit trickier than that. So I know that they teased the image Bill at the end of the show. I remember seeing it all blow up online and everyone is figuring out that, oh wait, there's something hidden in the real world. There was one mega Discord where everyone was jumping in. They were trying to figure out puzzles together. They were, behind the scenes working everything. So we're getting like live updates. Like when the USB stick was found, I remember like people talking about, oh, he's got it. He's going home. He's trying to upload it, trying to figure all that out. So it was all happening very fast and very real time. And so I was one of what it must have been hundreds, if not thousands of people in that Discord, just trying to figure it out, see what little tidbits we could toss into the grand puzzle.
What were you doing as a student at CalArts?
So that's where the trickiness comes in.
Okay.
Is that I was not a student and I live across the country. I was in Atlanta the whole time. And I wasn't the one, unfortunately, to find that clue in Atlanta either. So until you messaged me last week, I had no idea that I was credited with finding that clue at all. So how that happened was in that Discord we were talking about, everyone was moving fast. And that picture of the hex codes was posted in the Discord. I don't know the name of the person who posted it. I don't. I'm no longer in the Discord. I don't know where to find that link. But somebody posted it and it sat in there for quite a while. I want to say 5, almost 10 minutes, which with how fast the rest of the hunt was moving, might as well have been hours. Throughout the whole hunt, Alex was very involved on Twitter, right? So when somebody found a clue, even if it hadn't been solved yet, people were sending it in to him. So I scrolled through Twitter, nobody posted it. I was going through the Discord and it almost kind of blitzed by. Like people saw it, but there wasn't a lot of focus on it. So I went, you know what? Let's send it to Alex. Let's see if this is what we're looking for, because I didn't know. So I tweeted it over to him, and then within a minute or something, he reposted it and was like, the clue's been found. And then it got a whole bunch of eyes and attention, and people started piecing together the puzzle. There's a little bit of mystery behind that as well as who was that original person. And I wish I could tell you more, but I'm just as lost as you are right now.
So we dived into an old Discord server. We were like archaeologists, if archaeologists were fucking losers.
1,000 messages.
No, this is 1,000 pages.
1,000 messages. Oh man, this feels right. This feels like the Discord. What are they saying in the chat there?
They're just talking about Cat Noir.
And scroll down.
Okay.
I don't know if they are just going off about Chat Noir.
I didn't even know this show existed in 2016. Okay, I'm not.
Miraculous.
Yeah, Miraculous Ladybug. Yeah. I thought that was newer. Anyway, okay, I'm just trying to. Okay, here are the people reacting to the coordinates.
Oh, awesome. We're getting so close.
Oh, I think we are.
Hey, there it is. So there was 2 of them. So there's THZ and then CI Dream. Oh, wait. There's a Tumblr link up there. I wonder if no one at CalArts actually got it.
No, wait. So someone posted it on Tumblr and that link's gone now. Okay, so someone on Tumblr found it under the username Musings of a Pointless Existence. So I think someone may have just found it going to CalArts, not knew its significance, put it on Tumblr, then someone from Discord found it, put it on Discord, you found it on Discord, and then you tweeted it at Alex.
Yeah.
And this whole time, the world has just thought you were a CalArts student who saw it on the wall yourself.
Hey, I like art and all that. Art's passion, but it wasn't me.
Wow.
In reality, this was posted by Discord user Loon, who was absolutely shocked to be discovered and approached by me.
Sorry, these people are just living their lives and you just randomly contact them and like, hey, I know you posted this. Tell me about it. And they're like, oh, it's been like 15 years. And you're like, tell me everything. Tell me everything you know.
That's basically what happened, yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for approaching you out of nowhere, all 20 people who are in this video.
Hello.
What a crazy message to get so many years later. That's correct. I was actually the original contributor for the CalArts clue. I never thought that'd be uncovered all these years later. I think I've always been a bit of an internet sleuth, and throughout most of the hunt, despite being quite far away from most of the clues, I had wanted to participate where I could. I remember looking at Google Street Views of places or trying to find live camera views of popular areas or people streaming the searches. So when the CalArts clue came in and people were unable to physically reach the school right away, my first thought was that it could be possible that students may have taken selfies or other pictures of the campus and the clue might be visible. It was really just luck that when I googled the hashtag CalArts tag on Tumblr, someone had taken artistic shots of the tunnel where the clue was hidden a week prior.
So, and the timeline actually checks out. So Loon puts it here at 5:50, then you tweeted at Alex, and then at 5:57, Alex responds saying it's been located.
So believe it or not, they actually let me on the campus to film footage for this video.
Did you like email someone?
No, I just winged it, and an Uber driver took me up to the guy at the toll booth, and I was like, "Hey, I'm making a documentary about the scavenger hunt. I know right where I'm going in the building," and he was like, "I don't even know who to call for this, man. Just don't make a mess."
He's like, "I don't get paid enough for this. This is above my pay grade. Just go." A real G. Whoever you are, thank you.
So as you may recall, Trinity, in the olden days, I had applied to CalArts after high school, but unfortunately, my Transformers animations weren't epic enough for them, and I was rejected.
Yes, Keaton, and then you ended up at LCC.
It ended up at the community college, yes. So this was my grand revenge. I trod upon their grounds. I drank their finest water. I got lost a few times, but I was able to brilliantly navigate myself using the signage on the walls like a genius. And very few people... You're chewing. It's like the Penguins of Madagascar scene when Skipper keeps eating that Cheeto when the wolf played like Benedict Cumberbatch is trying to give exposition.
I think we should keep that in.
I think we should as well.
Know that if you were on the CalArts campus on the morning of June 12th, 2024, you were not alone.
So, the hex codes. When decoded, they form geographical coordinates. They point to Piedmont Park in Piedmont, California.
We are very familiar.
Piedmont, California is the hometown of Alex and Ariel Hirsch, as well as Dipper and Mabel Pines. Also the home of the Hirsch's elementary school, Egbert W. Beach, which was loosely adapted into the series as Dipper and Mabel's elementary school in Weirdmageddon Part 2.
It is midnight on a Friday, and we're in the middle of some woods, and we're eating Doritos, and we're just absolutely tired, dude.
At this point, fans look back to the rhyme featured on the Lost Waddles poster.
Across from the stones of the springs, you'll find some peculiar things. Tied to a root is a lone pink key. Dig to find what waits for thee. I know what that is!
Jay, who'd found this poster, called his friend Nobel Yu to tell him to hunt and move to the Bay Area.
Hi, I'm Nobel. I found the treasure chest in Oakland in Piedmont Park. Literally, the first I had ever heard of it was I'm on my way home and I get a call from Jay. And Jay wouldn't usually call me. So I'm like, oh, it must be something important. So I pick up and Jay is like, can you go to Piedmont Park right now? And I'm like, what? And then provides me with a little bit more context, like, oh yeah, there's like a puzzle hunt and like the next clue is at Piedmont Park. And so I'm like, oh, well, that's cool. So as soon as I get off the BART, I just take an Uber straight to Piedmont Park, get there, I start searching, I run into other people,
Nobel swiftly got to work, arrived at the park, and began streaming. He was accompanied by Daniel, a young man who injured his hand while going off trail looking for the clue.
Hi, I'm Daniel, and I'm one of the people who helped find the cryptex clue in Piedmont, California for the Gravity Falls Cipher Hunt. I think I was just following Alex Hirsch on Twitter and other people in the Gravity Falls community, and I saw that he posted about it, and I was paying attention to where it was going. I think the first one was in like St. Petersburg, and then there was something in Japan. And then at a certain point, I saw the thing with CalArts, and I think, oh, here there's some coordinates. And the coordinates were like, oh, wow, that's like a 10-minute drive from where I am. And then I got my dad, and I was like, can you please drive me here? So I went there, and I was one of the first people who actually got to the general area of the clue location. The reason I got injured is I was very stupid. I mean, it was purely my fault. I made a wrong turn at some point, and there's basically, the Piedmont Park, the place where it is, it's almost like a valley. And I ended up going essentially up in a way that didn't go down. And then it basically came to a dead end. Oh, I went the wrong way. I got confused with the Google Maps to into a coordinate. And I, being stupid, was like, I don't want to double back because then I'll be late and I'll like miss the clue finding. So I tried to go down a hill.
It's been a while, so I'll have to sort of go off memory. See, that main path goes to where we actually want to go. And I came from this direction, I think, and tried to go along here. Where the clue actually was, you have to go down that way. I don't think these two paths connect, and I think I thought they did. And I went down this way. So I was walking along this path because I had not really been to the park before. I ended up over here, and where I want to be is down where those people are over there. I guess I was pressed for time. I was being stupid, and I was like, okay, I'm going to try to go down here. I'm pretty sure I tried to go down there, and I just slipped on a bunch of gravel and started down that, not rolled, I like slid down the hill.
It was bleeding pretty profusely. So I was basically down there, I was like, oh, ow, I was in a lot of pain. I held my finger to my shirt and was stopping the bleeding. And then it was funny, there was somebody like walking their dog and probably was like, do you want to ride to the hospital? And I was like, no, I really want to find this. Like, I was very into Gravity Falls, so I was literally like bleeding out. Like, I was like, I refuse to like not do this because I got injured, you know?
It hurts, but it's gonna be fine. It's not like anything that's gonna be permanently bad. So this is the scar I have from that. My finger is pretty injured, like. Oh, wow. I mean, yeah, you can tell. As I said, the doctor said I probably should have just gone to the ER then.
They were wandering inside this park, like near my high school, for so much longer than we expected. And I saw on Periscope a guy like slip on the rocks and like almost skin his knee.
So I believe this is Piedmont High School, which is, you know, because Mabel and Dipper are canonically from Piedmont, I believe, because Alex Hirsch is. You know, fun fact, I'm pretty sure that the night we found this clue was the same night that Donald Trump was nominated for the Republican, was nominated as a Republican nominee.
Oh, really?
Because my dad pays attention to politics, and I think he was watching that live stream.
There's maybe, trying to think, like maybe 5 to 8 other fans there that are rummaging around.
I remember there were some, I think, kids who weren't like there for that. They just happened to be in the area, and I think they got sort of recruited and were just sort of helping us look.
I think one of them says like, oh, you should start streaming this. And I'm like, okay. And immediately it fills up with like a ton of people. I had no idea that this is like an active thing that's like going on.
So I think his phone ran out of battery, and I was like, okay, I could start doing it. I have a Twitter account. Periscope works automatically with that. So I started streaming it for a bit.
His phone ran out of battery. He's right there.
I was in probably one of the most amounts of pain I've been in my life at that point. So I was constantly mentioning it. And I know people in the live stream were getting very annoyed because I kept mentioning how much my finger hurt.
I went a weird way and hurt my finger, so don't do what I did. I might have a little bit of trouble just because of my finger. My finger does hurt some. I don't know. It's like the skin is sort of falling off. That's a little hard with the finger. Have you checked that clue right there? I can't really reach it because my finger and my whole hand is sort of like hurts.
Somebody who was watching the live stream came, brought some hand sanitizer, alcohol to help me put on the wound, and then left. They didn't stay for anything. They just came to do that, which was nice.
I know it's gonna sting, but it's better than it getting infected. I know. Breathe.
Somebody on 4chan made a very unflattering artwork of me. Like, you know, one of those intentionally grotesque kind of things. I don't use 4chan regularly, but I found it because I was looking at people talking about the Cipher Hunt, because I was curious if people were talking about me at all. And, you know, that people were complaining about me. I was a 15-year-old kid who had a pretty severe injury and was in a lot of pain, so.
My finger is Band-Aid. Yay. Thumbs up. The fans searched for hours in this park, but were completely unable to locate anything. To be fair, it is a massive park.
We were really doing a bad job of like figuring out where exactly it was supposed to be.
Across from, the stones of the springs you'll find peculiar things. Stones of the spring, I guess, a cross. I mean, a cross could be, there's not any clear direction that it crosses.
I remember by the time we found it, the sun was going down, so that must have been like an hour at least of like rummaging around.
Eventually, Alex got Ariel involved, and she tweeted a hint.
I think that's the grotto over there, I guess I'll say. Over there, there's like a little bit of a hole, and I think that's a grotto. You start there's stones here, which is, I assume, it's talking about, I don't know, across from them would meet over there, and then across the creek again.
So this clue had been planted by Alex Hirsch's own mother. Unfortunately, she planted it in what was seemingly an out-of-bounds area, and fans weren't sure if they were able to go there.
Oh, this looks about right.
Yeah, I think it was around here. We weren't supposed to go off the path, and there was some clear about like what was out of bounds, what wasn't. So this is the area we were searching around for a long time. We looked all on the wall. We touched all this so many times. We thought that like going up here was out of bounds, I think, because like you sort of have to climb a little bit, right? It's not like on the path. We thought like be on the path, don't go out of bounds, because there was a message about staying safe, which, you know, oops.
Alex took to Twitter and posted a map drawn by his mother for clarity. From there, the group swiftly located a pink key tied to a root, in addition to a nearby treasure chest containing a cryptex.
Found it. What?
What?
May I take that?
It's the key! It's the key!
Can I see?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Whatever is under here. No, we got him.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh my god.
I won, Titus.
It's a treasure box.
Oh my god! Ah! It fell out.
This is handle and care.
Okay, handle
Alright.
care.
Oh my god. We found it, guys. The message in a bottle. Maybe it's a reply from Ramondo.
Feels heavy, metallic.
I want to keep the box.
Oh, it's another cipher.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Oh my god.
It's a cipher.
It's a cipher.
So here's the chest. At the time, we just like passed off the whole thing to whoever was going to the next clue, but someone decided to redistribute parts of the puzzle to people who had participated in it. So I actually ended up getting this back in the mail.
It says handle with care. I looked at it. It's grandma's molasses that got drained.
Ew. It still has that.
Yeah, I know. You can tell that it wasn't perfectly cleaned out.
Well, that would have been just a jar Alex Hirsch's mom had.
Yeah.
After some fiddling, the group discovered the password was Pines, a decoded keyword from the journal page poster that started the cipher hunt.
Inside the cryptex was a key and another parchment scrap.
Oh my god! Oh,
All right,
I got
right
it!
here.
Those pines!
Yeah. Oh, it's a key.
It's a... What?
It's a key.
Push it.
Cool. That. And you see, it's not a huge area in there, but it was enough for a P.O. box key.
I'm holding a piece of history.
You pull it out like that, and then you put it back. Then, yeah.
To be honest, I think one of the reasons I got to keep such a major part of the clue was people felt bad for me and didn't want to argue with me because I was bleeding out.
LA has the
Clue you want. 1825 North Vermont. 27128's the box for thee. Don't be puzzled. Use the key.
So somebody has to bring this key to LA.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
This particular address led to the Los Angeles post office, an approximately 7-hour drive south for whoever carried the key.
We assumed that this entire hunt would go insanely fast, so we started trying to think of ways to slow it down. One of which was if someone has to physically transport a key, that'll add a day to a hunt.
I was in high school at the time, so I couldn't do a road trip down there, unfortunately.
There was a person in that group that was like, "Oh, I'm actually planning on driving down to LA tomorrow. I can just like take this with me," and so it just made sense to like pass it off to them and then let them continue the hunt.
We're holding it.
LA is... I could do that. I don't work tomorrow. I have a car. I could do that.
As it happened, Cipher hunter May Walker had business in LA, and she offered to bring the key down with her.
Hi, I'm May Walker. I'm the one who helped find the key in Piedmont Park, and I drove it down to LA to open the P.O. box. I had been following the clues at work, and I had just gotten off work when the next location was revealed, and I only live like an hour or 2 hours, and depending on traffic, away from there. So I honestly hadn't expected to get there on time to help find it. I just wanted to meet the people who found it and like be a part of things. By the time I got there, like nobody had found it yet. So I Like I got to help. So I knew I was free the weekend to do it. Like I had a card to do it. Like I had the means and the transportation basically. And I didn't want to like wait to mail it, wait for them to deliver it. Like I was like, no, we got to do this. We got to do this now.
Somewhere in Piedmont Park, I just left a gold key tied to a root. Can you find it? Tweet at Key in Carlisle if you do, and just say like, yo, and just take a picture of a key, and I'll be like, cool, and I'll retweet it, and then I'll forget that I ever did that. I just dropped a banana peel on the ground. Do you think that'll be important later in this video? Comment what you think below.
Oh, this is a 3D card. This is getting Google Maps footage.
Yo! I'm gonna be on the internet!
Dude, that thing's tracking Tav. There's Tav.
Nate drove to the post office, which at this point was full of nearly 100 Gravity Falls fans waiting inside, including Jason Ritter, Ariel Hirsch, Bramble Wheels, Tab Griffin, crew member Scott Jones, who brought Bill and McGucket puppets from the Old Man McGucket's Conspiracy Corner shorts.
Taking Bill President. Okay, I'll hold. You want to hold this?
Yeah.
Give it. Okay, you hold this.
Last calls for pictures with Bill. Last call for pictures. Someone take a picture.
And
McGucket.
But if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like
There was the whole thing of we knew that the key was coming down, it was coming to the post office, and so like pretty much everybody else, it was like I might as well go over.
I think I wasn't even really planning on coming out that day, but then I saw how big the gathering was getting, and I was like, all right, well, we'll stop by, bring the USB, and see some people.
Series writer Jeff Rao, who went on to direct Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Mutant Mayhem, brought early copies of the then upcoming book Gravity Falls: Curse of the Time Pirate's Treasure, which he'd written and which resolved Brendan Blandon's storyline from the show.
And Jason was reading a little bit of it inside, remember?
In the voice, yeah.
No.
It's you, Jason.
I guess I have always wanted an infinite pile of treasure.
Plus, it would be fun to pay your Uncle Stan to do embarrassing things. But how do we get it?
A time pirate has hidden the treasure beneath a HyperX on Time Island in a time ocean that you can only reach by entering a specific time portal, says Blendon.
So I came in and people were like, oh my God, you're the one that found it. And I was like, you have the stand in. And it was like a big thing. And I'm standing there a little bit kind of like, that's my 15 minutes of fame. I'm going to enjoy this.
Yeah.
Oh, the stand head. Oh, we gotta get this.
God. Sorry, it's here?
The stand head is here.
How did it open? It hasn't opened. You see there was a... Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's I was 4 minutes away. Can I please?
Oh, yeah. By all means.
It's
by all
so
means.
Beautiful.
And I waited at the P.O. box for them to bring the key down. I actually met my best friend who couldn't be in this interview today. There.
Do we have numbers on May for the people watching?
Awkwardly brushes teeth.
Me too.
It tastes terrible, man. It tastes terrible.
I feel you.
The post office was locked, and eventually I think someone came and opened it just so everyone could hang out inside and stay out of the sun.
We are allowed inside. Because it's really hot out here.
But yeah, the post office experience was very cool. Everyone coming together, reading the book, anticipation high, and just waiting
chatting,
for the next clue. Yeah.
Like-minded fans come. It was like a little mini Gravity Falls convention.
Yeah, it was super cool.
It was really cool.
Yeah, all the normal people here are just like, what's going on?
I know, everyone does. Then finally she came in. She pulled in with the key, and it was all like, oh.
Or should we just do this tomorrow?
I was worried that was going to happen if that accident clear up didn't work. Okay, so I guess you guys figured out where the box is. Oh, it's a big one.
It was like surreal, honestly. Like it was kind of overwhelming. I'd never been like part of anything like that before, so like I don't remember a lot of it, honestly.
Do you still have the P.O. box key?
Yeah, I still have it somewhere around here. I think it's in a box in my closet, which is blocked by a few other boxes.
There was junk mail inside of there first, and we're like, oh, these must be clues. And then they pulled out the bag.
Can we make a real bag a little bit?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay, I guess we are going to that pie place.
Inside the P.O. box was a plastic bag containing a 2,000-piece jigsaw puzzle, alongside a note that could be decoded to reveal Bill saying, "I hope you like puzzles." It included several standbooks with the word Philbrick written on them in invisible ink and non-invisible ink. Philbrick being the name of Stanley and Stanford's father from A Tale of Two Stans.
So we have to eat this whole bag?
We'll be able to get it done, and we'll just go over next door to the House of Pies and start getting it done. And
Little did we know it would take a bit longer than that. We knew that fans were going to attack this puzzle like piranhas stripping the flesh from a cow. Like, I knew the Gravity Falls fandom at this point. I knew how fast they worked together, how smart they were, and I was worried that, we'd put all this time and effort into the treasure hunt and that it would all be solved in 48 hours. So we knew there needed to be a stopgap to slow the thing down and give it a little bit more time for people following at home to enjoy, which is how Ian came up with the devilish, psychotic idea, the sociopathic idea of having this 2,000-piece jigsaw puzzle where it was just two colors, yellow and black. And we knew it would be hard, but it was like so much harder and so much more annoying and involved than we even hoped for.
Fans took the puzzle from the post office and traveled to the House of Pies restaurant immediately next door. This puzzle, designed by Ian Whirl, was ridiculously difficult. Almost entirely yellow with few discernible landmarks, the cipher hunt largely ground to a halt while the puzzle was completed.
I worked on the beginnings of the puzzle. That was a thing.
Oh my god. That was so long.
And I remember sitting there at the beginnings like, okay, this is how it's going. Thinking, okay, we'll get this done shortly. And then, oh no, weeks went by.
People didn't understand why it took so long, but we had no idea what the puzzle was supposed to look like. It was all black and yellow pieces, 2,000-piece puzzle. It was incredibly difficult when you don't know what a puzzle looks like to solve something like that.
Is Bill on a yellow background?
Not a different yellow, the same yellow as Bill.
Yellow lines on a yellow background.
And there are also just random lines to resemble shapes that might be in Bill.
There was just a sea of yellow pieces, which would be like basically taking a jigsaw puzzle, flipping it upside down so you can't see any picture at all, and just trying to match based on shape.
I've done puzzles before. This one was like so hard. I haven't touched a puzzle since.
It was devious, and I think the one flaw of someone who is as hyper competent as Ian is he assumes other people are like him. So this is something that would be a moderate challenge for him, but would be a nightmare for normal human beings to work on.
Yeah, right.
It sure even looks like it. You can see in the picture that every piece looks exactly the same.
Man, I tweeted at him earlier. I was like, hey, Alex, we're at the House of Pies. Can you pick up the bill? And he didn't say anything, so I'm like, okay.
We did Bill Cipher's eye first because it was white, and then it was like now we have two piles of yellow with a black line through them, and then just pure yellow.
So I guess what's up with the corner? Oh, a very tiny little line on the corner. That's why we're flipping off the piece.
I solved the problem of the border not fitting properly, and basically got all the border pieces that people had put together into an actual border. I basically had enough time to get that started.
After the House of Pies was closing, we took it to the 24-hour Denny's.
Seashell is over here kind of taking a nap. She's sleeping.
And then at like 2 or 3 in the morning, we ended up taking it to Danny's apartment in Hollywood. Yeah, it came to my house at one point, but I was just holding it safe.
The puzzle would ping pong from the House of Pies, to the Sunset Boulevard Denny's, to the apartment of a woman named Danny, to Blaze's house, to Emerald Knights Comics and Games, and to the now closed and destroyed Meltdown Comics, which burned to the ground in 2020 and got replaced by a, dare I say, sauceless brick prison.
This is where Robbie gets his outfits.
We needed to find a venue where we could like share it with people, like that would be willing to host us. Like we needed to sleep and eat, so we couldn't do it overnight. Like
frequent visitors included Jason Ritter and Scott Jones.
I talked with Jason Ritter a lot when Paul Puzzle Hell was going on. He was like a really chill dude, and we were like friends at that point.
There was like shifts. People would come in, you know, obviously at a certain point the comic shop would close, but it would open, we would file in, people would
just
leave
the daily
if they had
grind.
work
You
or
clock
whatever.
in, you do the puzzle, you clock out.
This is taking a really long time. We have all these random fans of different ages hanging out, working in shifts, basically doing like child labor.
So we were all very well acquainted with how much people were waiting for the next update from us.
The 2,000 piece puzzle was just designed to be hard. We thought it would be a day or two until they solved it, but it was too hard. The delay gave us a chance to catch our breaths and regroup a little, but the fans online who couldn't participate started to get frustrated.
it directed a lot of fans to like be really negative towards like the group of people who were like helping solve it.
We recognize that it stopped being fun. Like 700 pieces into 2,000 pieces, they've gone from the high of, oh my God, I'm participating in the Cipher Hunt to I am doing a chore.
Towards the end, I could see some infighting start to happen.
There was a lot of people just kind of trying to ruin it for people. Several of like the people who were there helping solve it say they saw people on social media saying they were going to come and like steal pieces of the puzzle so we couldn't finish it and stuff like that.
The puzzle was the point where there started to be impatience, and I became aware of the fact that there was a little bit of a rivalry between is Tumblr going to find it first? Is Reddit going to find it first? Is Twitter going to find it first? Or God forbid, 4chan going to find it first? We want this to be found soon, and by a happy group of Gravity Falls fans, and not by trolls or antagonists or anybody who's trying to break this thing. Because we finally had enough attention on this thing that there were people that are like, I want to find that statue and I want to break it in half.
4chan being 4chan, they were a bunch of trolls. They really wanted to troll Alex and like put a MAGA hat on Bill.
A lot of people were like, oh, if I go there, I'm going to destroy it, or I'm going to do this. And I felt really bad because I'm like, that sucks. I don't want those people to find it. The people who want to make it, who want to ruin it for the fans.
And of course there was like comments on like people's appearances who were there because like we were live streaming stuff, and it was honestly a really unfair situation. It really kind of colored my view of like the fandom in general, and I feel like it kind of ruined my experience with Gravity Falls in general. Like I'm not a big fan of it anymore. Like I still hold it like in a place in my heart, but I don't call myself a part of the fandom anymore. Like I moved on.
People are getting impatient. We need to keep this treasure hunt moving. And again, there was always a fear of the more impatient fans would get, the more reckless they would get. And, they would just say, well, I'm going to go into the reservoir behind my house. I'm going to jump into a lake and see if it's in there. And you're like, oh, this kid's going to get eaten. Like, we were genuinely concerned about people's safety with the hunt lasting too long.
We reached out to our superfan buddy who ran the Mysteries of Gravity Falls website to help throw together a digital version of the puzzle as fast as possible to speed up the process and get the helpless online fans involved.
So because it was taking so long, I asked Alex if we could just do a digital version. So he sent me the picture file of like the completed puzzle with the clue and everything. So I found a website script that could generate puzzle pieces and divide it into multiple sections so that you could still make it a group activity where you'd have to go to the website, multiple times or with other people, and everybody could solve it, on their own, and then share those solved pieces so that you can try to piece it all together. So, that's still actually on the Decoder website. It's still alive if you have the link. It's just, the internet, after that point solved it like within a couple hours. People were coming back days after days. New people were coming all the time. But there's only so much you can do when you just have one physical puzzle in like one space and you have, dozens of people trying to do the same thing. So at least this was a way to get all the people that were, waiting with bated breath online to, be a little bit more involved.
We said, okay, let's rush things along and let's try to put a virtual version of the puzzle online so that people can solve it together. But that meant, of course, as you know, that the original puzzle solvers were still putting this thing together with agonizing time and effort, and there was no prize for them. What were they going to get out of that? I really believe in trying to be rewarding to audiences, right? It's like, I was a big Nintendo fan growing up, and what I loved about those games is that they were so rewarding, that there were always like treasures and secrets and coins and prizes for your efforts, and I wanted their efforts to have a reward, but there was no reward. So I thought, okay, I'll announce online that as soon as they finish the puzzle, I'll release the original unseen Gravity Falls 11-minute flash pilot. I didn't really want to release it because it was like part of our archives legally. I don't think I was allowed to release it, but I so desperately wanted the fans to be rewarded that I was like, I will break the rules of copyright to upload this to the internet.
Regardless, fans continued slaving away on the physical puzzle as it settled into a slightly more permanent home of Emerald Knight's second story.
Okay, Mom, YouTube just sent out an email and they said they're kind of out of money as a company and they're not really able to pay all of the YouTubers. And so they said in order to get ad revenue, you have to solve a puzzle. And I was thinking maybe you could do it because you're really good at solving jigsaw puzzles.
I was gonna say, I hope it's not just one solid color. This is close. I've done a lot of difficult puzzles, and this will be another very difficult puzzle.
Do you think you're going to be able to do this across the next week? Because if you don't, just keep in mind, I'll never be able to follow my dreams and make a living from doing what I love, and I'll never be happy again. It will be your fault if you can't do this.
I will do my best.
I do want to explicitly shout out the Mystery Shack Look Back podcast. I used a lot of clips from their Cipher Hunt episode here. They also have another episode with Alex going over the Book of Bill, which is releasing soon if it hasn't already. It's co-hosted by Charlie Marlowe, who's already set out on their quest to redub the entirety of the Book of Bill on their YouTube channel. Also check out That GF Fan and Hana Hyperfixates, two Gravity Falls focus channels. That GF Fan goes very deep into the production of the series, and Hana Hyperfixate goes very deep into analyzing the themes and the messages of the series.
I have infiltrated the House of Pie's restroom. This is their toilet.
By July 25th, the 6th day of the hunt, the physical puzzle was far from complete. As documented by the wiki, a man happened to stumble across a gnome and wondered if it was part of the hunt.
Fortunately, a different fan who was keeping up with the Cipher Hunt online stumbled across the 9th clue by complete accident.
There was a fan who had been keeping up with the Periscope streams and was just going for a walk and happened to see a gnome.
In reality, that's not what happened. Having decoded the phrase corner of Northeast Tillamook and Northeast Rodney, Portlander Zeke Nelson decided to head out and investigate the intersection of two such streets.
Hi, I'm Zeke Nelson. I found the gnome clue of Cipher Hunt in Portland, Oregon.
Oh, you have it behind you. That's awesome.
Obviously, when like the yellow puzzle was happening, I was like following along and like, oh man, this is taking a while, and then looking at progress pictures. I think the left side had been pretty much been solved as Tillamook, and then the other side had like just a few letters kind of solved. And so I was like, well, if it's in Portland, it might be along Tillamook Street, because I was aware of that being a street. So then I just went through Google Maps, and I was like, all right, I can't even remember what the other cross street was at this point, but it was like, all right, it needs to have like these two letters here. And so I just kept looking, and then I was like, oh, this cross street, this is the name of this street would actually fit perfectly with that. And I was like, this is just coming out now, so a lot of people might have that same idea, so I'm just going to go hop in the car and look around. So at the time, there was a big mural right on the center of the intersection, which I thought was maybe one of the reasons he picked this spot, was it was kind of interesting like that. I kind of walked up and down a while. I was hoping to see, I was really focused on something that I could like access from the sidewalk, because I didn't think I would need to get on someone else's property for it. But then I noticed the gnome back there, and it was kind of out of the way, and I was like, it wasn't really a great spot for a gnome, so it seemed a little suspicious.
And it's been a while. I haven't been here since. I actually think it was on. I think it was right about here. I think this was more flat 7 years ago. But he was basically sitting right here. The Viewmaster slide was sitting under him. And it was wrapped up with the little piece of brown paper that had the note in it.
While Zeke was finding the gnome, a family was on the way behind him, just minutes too late.
The one in Portland that was in the street.
We didn't make it.
We were on our way. Yes.
Yeah, I was there combing the streets trying to find it.
And so I kind of like hem and haw there for a second. And then somebody walks up and they probably, I don't think they did introduce himself with a name. But he says like, are you looking for something? And I was like, I'm looking at that gnome over there. And he's like, I think you can go get it. And I was like, are you sure? He's like, I know Alex and I know that you can go, you can go get it. And I was like, okay. And so I went and grabbed it. Yeah. When I found him, there was a pine cone in there. And then there was the brown note. Unfortunately, my dog chewed up both the pine cone and the brown note.
This is a historical site.
Someone scalped the traffic cone.
Don't throw the IRL jigsaw puzzle away just yet, though. If it's completed, I will upload the unreleased pilot to Gravity Falls. Hashtag Cipher Hunt. And if the digital version is complete, I will upload some cutscenes from the actual series. Hashtag Cipher Hunt.
He didn't give his name. I talked to him for a little. He actually took a video of me, like, at the moment.
Oh.
And so I was like, all right, I'll see this at some point. But yeah, I'm sure that video is just lost to time that he took.
All right, for the last couple of months of working on this, one of the biggest lingering mysteries to me was who was the mysterious man who filmed Zeke finding the gnome. I finally tracked you down. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. My name's Alan Cook. I was the guardian of the gnome clue in Portland, Oregon.
Cool, I'm rolling.
All right, well, I just found this gnome, found this clue. It looks like there's the little film reel here. Looks like for a... do you know the term?
Viewmaster.
Viewmaster. I don't have a Viewmaster, but so I don't know exactly how I'm going to get these. If I have a Viewmaster, it's still tough to get, but I'll scan it, possibly at home, see if I can get any decent images like that.
That was Alan Cook. He is a friend of mine and former colleague who let us stay at his place when Alex and I traveled to Oregon to hide clues. We left a clue there because he would be able to babysit it and make sure it wasn't compromised.
I went to a school called Sheridan in Toronto, or in Oakville. Right after school, I went down to LA and worked with Ian at a place called Jib Jab. Right now I'm an art director working in animation as well. I've also worked at Leica on 2 films, Paranorman and Box Trolls. So Ian and I knew each other from very early on in our careers. And obviously Alex and Ian are pretty close friends. So we'd hung out a couple times. Initially, I think they were just showing me the map and just talking to me about like, oh, we had this plan of like kind of cutting apart pieces and giving clues and setting up this scavenger hunt sort of thing and dropping this this sort of esoteric message at the end of the show. So that was sort of, I guess, when I first got introduced to it. And I think Ian wanted my help with it even before I was actually selected to be like the person who would be one of the people along the scavenger hunt. I think they were just asking for like some technical help initially. And then later on, obviously, when it came down to actually mailing out and sending the actual physical things, as well as like writing the message and everything like that, they contacted me later when things were more firmed up. So I feel like it was a process of like over a couple months or something like that when they first contacted me about it, and then they followed up later. I think I was the one who actually ended up like planting the actual gnome and stuff like that after the fact. They brought it with them. Both Alex and Ian came by and we kind of scoped out what we thought was sort of the best area. And then I didn't set it out until like basically they told me it was ready to go. If I recall correctly, I don't think they wanted it to be out in the wild until the actual clue preceding it was found. You know, so I don't think they wanted it to be found like kind of out of order, so to speak, or by accident. So I think like with me dropping it down by the tree in my yard versus when Zeke actually showed up, it was probably like less than a day.
So were you just like waiting outside, or did you like see him out the window?
I think I would have seen him out the window and then I would have like interacted with him afterwards. Like I definitely wasn't waiting outside all day for somebody to come by.
Beneath the gnome was a Viewmaster slide, which displayed imagery of the Confusion Hill tourist trap in California, as well as the Snoqualmie Falls waterfall from Twin Peaks, a series which heavily inspired Gravity Falls.
See if I can... All right, I see the waterfall. If you just hold it steady and kind of flick it. Okay, I see the train. I see it. Is that like a roof?
It's people's feet.
Oh, I see it.
On an incline.
Oh, in the gravity house. I get it.
Yeah.
All right, see the red building.
Windows there.
Tree.
Just some trees, big trees. That one's kind of blurry. The picture itself is actually blurry.
Mm-hmm. I see trees.
And then
there's the waterfall again. Is that the end of the loop?
I think it's the end of the loop, yeah.
That is actually like trippy. How many people besides you have ever gotten to see this?
I'm probably the only one that's seen it in person. That is, besides like my wife, that's even aware of all this stuff.
That's awesome. An additional note read,
"To the Redwoods, you must race. If you're confused, you're in the right place. The gift shop is
not too far. The password will buy the eyeball jar." All right, well, scan that as well, put that up, but yeah.
Cool, congrats.
Thank you.
Confusion Hill was a huge inspiration for the Mystery Shack. It's also the place the entire Gravity Falls staff visited during the summer of 2013 on the Mystery Tour, and intended to brainstorm inspiration for the second season. With its close connection to Gravity Falls, it's no surprise that I got rolled into the Cipher Hunt. And that's where fans headed next.
How's it going?
It's going all right. See these pieces here?
Mm-hmm.
They're all yellow. No clues as to where they go. Guess how many there are?
How many are there?
There are 700 pieces that are solid yellow.
Oh, wow. That's be hard to put together. Good luck with that.
Well, thank you.
Would you like to plug the Animation Guild things that are happening, the talks and like the Stand with Animation?
Sure. Basically, the live action and writing side of Hollywood has... There's recently been strikes for the actors, strikes for the writers, and they've won incredible gains. But the Animation Guild has not had those gains. The Animation Guild contract is up for renegotiation, and animators are getting screwed 6 ways from Sunday on so many things, whether it's job creep, or they're being asked to do more and more jobs for less and less pay, whether it's outsourcing. It's basically like we're at the point where the Producers Guild in Hollywood just needs to be treating animators better, and they are, in the process of negotiation right now. You can hear the fight. You can hear the great battle between the animators and the producers. They're in a fist fight in the alleyway. So one of them just hit the other one with a cartoon mallet. That was an animator hitting an executive. I would like to see the animators win this fight. I've had the sort of good fortune in my career of being a writer, a voice actor, a producer. I've worked in live action, I've worked in movies, I've worked in TV, and because of that I've been part of multiple unions, and I know that the animation union has the least protections. I want to see that change. We should probably wait for these guys to stop. I'm going to continue to tweet things that people can do to help support the animation union and get eyeballs on this cause, because producers need to understand that the billions of dollars they make is off the back and labor of artists, and those artists need to get a cut of the work that they do. It's not that complicated, but sometimes you have to have a show of force in Hollywood to get the producers to listen to you. Artists traditionally have been taken advantage of. Hopefully we can put a stop to that. Oh my God, that is crazy. That's like they dropped a safe on a coyote. It is like the Hanna-Barbera sound effect library. Like, Fred Flintstone is like bowling. Royalty free. What is...
Quiet on set!
I'm starting to lose blood flow in the bottom half of my body. Oh no.
I can endure that. Since the last clip was posted after Confusion Hill's closing hours, fans arrived at the tourist trap the next morning to receive it. They were intended to approach the counter and say a code word, Philbrick, after which they'd be handed a glass jar of eyeballs lifted from the Old Man McGucket's Conspiracy Corner shorts.
We talked to the folks at Confusion Hill saying, can you hide a jar of eyeballs and only give it to someone if they pay with Stan? Like, they were in cahoots on it. They're just a bunch of Grunkle Stans who were, anything they could think of to get people to come to this place. So they were very friendly and collaborative and eager for anything that would get more cars to drive in their direction.
Unfortunately for the fans who arrived, including a woman named Momo, the jar was already gone.
Hello, my name's Momo. Okay, so this is an interesting thing because what was told was not actually what happened, because I was there. Because it was solved the night before and the Confusion Hill was already closed. That day, I was like, well, I don't have work the next day. Might as well get up really early, be one of the first people to be there. And I was there, and there with 2 other people. We talked to the people in charge, and she said, well, it was already found. And we're like, how could that have been possible? Because it literally just got solved the last night and you weren't open till now.
This is a largely undocumented part of the Cipher hunt, but here's what happened. Previously, a girl named Riley was moving with her family from Alaska to the mainland US. Riley was a huge Gravity Falls fan, and while driving through the West Coast, her dad suggested they stop at Confusion Hill since it was an inspiration for the series.
I was in high school when my family and I found it. We were moving across the United States from Alaska. While driving through Oregon, my dad knew that I liked Gravity Falls and suggested that we stop at Confusion Hill since he heard that it was an inspiration for the show. To be honest, it was all about being at the right place at the right time. While in the gift shop, my dad had asked if Confusion Hill was a part of the scavenger hunt. To our surprise, they said yes.
The staff at Confusion Hill said yes, not realizing that the hunt had not organically reached them yet.
But apparently they were there either a day before or a couple days before when they were still working on the puzzle. Because they didn't have that password, they were just saying names over and over and over again, like going through the Wikipedia or whatever, going through all the different characters because they didn't have the clue. Eventually, I think it was kind of with some coaxing of help from the people who were there.
From there, we were able to guess the code word. It took us a long time to guess it. We almost gave up. Confusion Hill is definitely a neat place to check out if you're in the area. I still have the jar of eyeballs.
As Big John of Confusion Hill recounted to us, the owner, Carol, had to give Riley a call as she'd had the jar for over 24 hours. She instructed her to post an image of the clue on the lid online.
Where has my grunkle gone? To Stanley Street in Oregon. A telephone pole is where he's at. Why'd he have to bolt like that?
That clue wants you to pronounce it Oregon.
Oh, where has my grunkle gone? To Stanley Street in Oregon.
That's how people say it outside of Oregon, but no one in Oregon says that. It's Oregon. It's Oregon. It's Oregon. Google Maps identifies 3 Stanley Streets in Oregon. One in Portland, one in the coastal town of Depot Bay, and one in the microscopic town of Amity, with a population of under 2,000 people as of 2020. These are where the search headed next.
Please, I don't. No, please don't leave me because you're my best friend.
It's the mystery cat.
So how's it going?
Good. Day 2, working on the puzzle.
Okay, looks like it's coming along.
Yep.
At this point, Mother Christy Lowry headed from Salem to Amity with her kids, where they found themselves in a crowd of about 15 people scanning up and down the street.
We had metal detectors and we combed the streets. There's a park on the west side.
Stanford Street.
It was on Stanford Street, and we went up and down.
A woman named MJ Lovato live streamed the search. Once again on the hit application. I was waiting for you to say it.
I was waiting for you.
Oh, let's both say it.
3, 2, 1, Periscope.
Yeah, I just wanted you to say it.
The Home Depot app or something, but...
The Jeremy Renner app.
I love the Jeremy Renner app.
So hi, I'm Mary Jane. I streamed the clue search in Amity. I remember seeing something on social media that was leading to Amity, and at the time, I didn't have my license, and so I remember just asked my mom, said, hey, we got to go to Amity. Like, I think there's something going on. And she said, okay. So we just drove out there and I started live streaming.
We're getting clues like, go here, go here. And I'm like, you guys, we're going everywhere. There's a lot of pressure, it felt like.
Someone said to check the yard sale. Why would it be at a yard sale, guys? Because you can unscrew the bolt.
It was so hot that day. I was on the verge of like almost passing out too because I'm hypoglycemic. So I get low blood sugar very, very easily. And I didn't really have any snacks. So, but I was like, we're gonna find this.
Because we got so hot, we were there for hours.
Yeah, it was really hot.
What's the plan, guys? We don't know. We're just trying to take a break because it is way too hot.
It's too hot.
I've been out here since 11.
Because some people came and left because they're like, wait, we can't be here for much longer.
I think we might have left at that point because we were just so hot. I'm a 5-year-old and kids.
I think there was another clue that like led to an intersection. I think where they found like that bolt clue, but there was like an intersection in Portland that also had those. And so I went down there. I saw some other people there at the same time, but obviously it was like in a different city that that bolt clue was found. So.
At one point, a moment which has no archived recording, a woman happened to find the bolt at the intersection of Stanley and First Street, but didn't think it was of any significance and tossed it aside.
And there was one point where someone like literally had it in their hand, was like, no, that's not it. Yeah.
Of course, the clue, now that we know, was a little tiny bolt. And we actually had found that bolt, but we didn't know because we had tried unscrewing it and it wasn't going to be unscrewed. No idea how the bolt kind of got lost, but it got lost for a little bit, which extended our search even longer.
All right. Yeah. It was about this big. Yeah. Right? Like.
It's pretty. I don't know. It's pretty.
It was about that big.
Right?
Yeah.
We can look at the string.
Yeah. It was about that big. And it was really rusty on the top.
Really rusty, but it was like shiny, like on just like the underside of it.
This was the most stressful moment of the entire hunt for me and Ian because we were watching the live Periscope of this and things. We had finally gotten out of puzzle hell. We were in the end zone. We were ready to see this come together. We saw someone find the little screw, which we had hidden inside a telephone pole, chuck it over their shoulder, say that's nothing, and keep looking. And then we were like, uh-oh, that thing is really hard to find. It's starting to get dark. Oh, geez, we're going to have to hide another clue somewhere else. What do we do? So I just started like frantically tweeting like more rhyming couplets that just said like the word bolt in them.
At about 12:30, he began tweeting cryptic riddles such as, one man's trash is another man's treasure. You can't spell trusty without rusty. And they say old Stanley had a few loose screws.
Any other hint would be extremely helpful.
What the heck, Alex?
After 2 more hours passed with no progress, with what looks to be half the town searching, Alex's hints became less subtle. 2:20 p.m. Clue 11 was found and then lost. Find the bolt.
He was getting pissed. He was like, guys, for real?
Amity, Oregon is a very small town, and we were immediately identified as 2 strangers from out of town. It didn't help that we were aimlessly wandering around looking at things very closely. Finding a hiding spot for our geocache bolt, we were being tailed by the police the entire time and were eventually confronted by 2 officers. We played it off, but I forgot what our excuse was. I think Alex did the talking since he's better at that. We hadn't found a good hiding place yet, so we had to do some light police evasion in order to place a clue and to not get caught. I guess a fitting activity for a street with Stan's name.
2 goofy art school nerds are sneaking around giggling and hiding clues. We stood out. We didn't look like locals. It was pretty obvious to anybody that as we're like, oh, here's a cool place to hide it. No, it's got to go in the sign. Like that we were not part of the environment. So we were getting weird looks everywhere we went. And I do recall that we briefly were sort of like eyeballed by someone who didn't want us to be there. Yeah, I mean, I think if the hunt had lasted much longer, me and Ian would have gotten in trouble. Like a kid would have gotten their leg caught in a bear trap or just like bitten by like a forest vagrant. Like the whole thing was a bit risky across the board. I'm so glad that nobody died.
A Tumblr user named Sailor Leo happened to be visiting Portland from New York that week, and she took the drive down to Amity. It was ultimately she who was able to locate the bolt after 3.5 hours of searching.
Hi, I go by Leo Grace online. And I found the geocache vault in Amity. It was my aunt's wedding, and she lives in Oregon, and I just happened to be traveling there at the same time. And on the day of my 21st birthday, I was able to, go to Amity, where the clues were leading at the time. And I joined this little group of people who were all like hovering around this one block of streets. So we went back to the area where they said they had they had found it and lost it. And we were all just like looking around, and I just happened to be the person who spotted it in the grass.
Hey, I found it. Oh. You did? Yay! This was it, right?
No.
Yeah.
No, that was it.
That was it.
That's what.
Points to Sailor Leo.
This was it.
Alana, you're familiar.
Let me see.
Oh my gosh! It is opening! Oh, there's one! Okay. Hi guys. I'm the one who found the screw. Haha.
I don't have the whole bolt, but I have the casing for it. It's right here. Ooh.
That's
See it. What ended up happening was the person who initially found it like kept the cap of the bolt, like the actual bolt part. I kept the container, and there were 2 kids there also who were like 12 years old, I'd have to guess. And they wanted to keep the actual note with the clue on it.
The bolt was a geocache, which, when unscrewed, revealed a long strip of paper with a note.
Roger Tofty knows the place, behind a sign buried at the base. Near Paws Laundry
on the hill. Here lie the bones of a man named Bill.
Oregonians were immediately able to identify Roger Tofty as the creator of Enchanted Forest, an amusement park alongside I-5 in Turner, Oregon. And although they'd left Amity due to the heat and small children, Christy swiftly strapped her kids in the car and set off, alongside her brother Bill.
I'm McKinley.
I'm Lincoln.
I'm Liam.
I'm Bill, but not that Bill.
I'm Christy.
I'm Reagan. I'm Zoe.
So, you're Christy's kids, and you 3 are Bill's kids?
No.
Who's kid?
McKinley and Lincoln and Reagan belong to my husband and I.
Okay.
And the other 2.
And then you have one more kid?
Yeah, he's 8. He was an infant when this all went down.
Okay,
so.
cool.
I think people were already right in the area, so they were able to just go immediately to the Enchanted Forest.
But before Enchanted Forest, we have to discuss the one canceled clue location, Mabel Park. I dived into the revision history of Ian and Alex's spreadsheet they used to plan the cipher hunt, and I discovered Mabel Park in Oregon was originally intended to contain the final clue, the note in the jar. Mabel is an unincorporated community on the intersection of Marcola and Shotgun Creek Road, which is the best name for a road I think I've ever heard in my life. This is the entire town. It's like 4 houses and a road. I've already been identified as an out-of-towner by one man who stopped to ask me what I was doing. I think they can tell that I'm not one of the 4 people who live here. He even asked, he's like, "You're not going down to my property, are you?" I was like, "No, sir," and he drove away.
We only had Saturday in Oregon and were driving to Mabel Park when we got distracted by a billboard advertising the Enchanted Forest, so we stopped to check it out. We ended up spending a good part of the day there and decided to cut Mabel Park out since we still need to drive over to Stanley Street, and Mabel Park was several hours south, there and back. We were more enthusiastic about the tourist trap vibes, plus we already had an ordinary street with a character's name. We also thought the Enchanted Forest would be more fun for treasure hunters. I remember, it kind of messed up the flow of the hunt, so we went out to the parking lot and Alex wrote new poems for both the Stanley Street clue and the Enchanted Forest clue. I can't remember if I already had mailed the materials and instructions to Confusion Hill though.
One note is that what Google lists as Mabel Park is very distinctly just a man's private property. You can't really get back there, so I'm just at a nearby tree that looks vaguely parkish. I think they would have gotten there and realized, oops, and just hidden it somewhere on the street.
We went to some random city called Mabel, Oregon, because we thought maybe something would be there.
I'm not sure if you've ever heard this, but Mabel was actually going to be a clue location.
No way!
Yeah.
No, we found it. We'd never heard of it, and we found the little town, and it was fun.
During the cipher hunt, which was right before my freshman year of high school, I was avidly following everything on Twitter. I vividly remember as soon as Enchanted Forest was dropped as a clue location, I was begging my mom to take me, but she didn't want to drive 2 hours there. I bring this up because Mabel Park is 19 minutes from my childhood home. My mom absolutely would have driven 19 minutes. I would have been here periscoping as a 14-year-old. My mom or I might have found the final clue of the cipher hunt had Alex and Ian not gotten distracted by the Enchanted Forest amusement park. It's the worst thing that's ever happened to me or possibly anyone.
Okay, making progress. How's it going, Kian's unnamed mother?
Enchanted Forest was part of this? Wow,
Yes.
what a wild ride. It's like Disneyland with a higher risk of tetanus.
You're spoiling my banger jokes. Okay, so Trinity, I went to Enchanted Forest a lot as a kid. You never had, so you accompanied there and recount your experience.
So I'd always passed Enchanted Forest on the way to something, but I just thought it was like another Confusion Hill where it was a tourist trap. And I really didn't think anything of it. I thought it was just like a rundown place. And that was what I thought until we went a couple weeks ago. And genuinely, it was so fun. It's so cute. It was a lot of paper mache. It was a lot of cobblestone. It was pretty cool.
That theme park is like it's just so bizarre. And it's like, if you're from Oregon, you know that it's like a staple, but it's so run down, but like so well loved.
The Seven Dwarves of Enchanted Forest. Are these all like completely different names than the Disney ones?
Yeah, dingy, smiley, grouchy, snoozy.
Was this worth $30, Trinity?
No.
Yes, it was.
No.
Yes, it was.
There's my boy Grumpy. There's my boy Smiley.
That man's not doing okay.
This one dude in like the 60s or something, Roger Tofty, he was just, I'll make my own Disneyland, dagnabbit. And he did. And it's just been him and his son running this thing for years. And it's all these spooky looking like images that we had actually been inspired by when we created Gravity Falls, but I had never been there, of just like, Humpty Dumpty made in plexiglass that's just worn and weathered by years of rain and moss, and everything there looks like a creepypasta. They've got their own sort of ripoff of the Matterhorn that's just, made by guys in the woods with their own wrenches, and you really feel like you might die when riding it.
We actually were out camping. My family had a camping trip that week. I would have been 14 at the time. So I was like, Mom, Dad, like, you got to drive me back into cell service every few hours so that I can check and see if it's in Oregon yet. And if sure enough, like all those other clues that were in Oregon, like Enchanted Forest and Amity, stuff like that, all happened while we were out there camping.
Bill and Christy's family swiftly raced to Toftyville, which is the Old West-themed part of the park. Roger Tofty literally named like every single solitary area after him. It would be like if Disneyland had Disney Tomorrowland, Disney Frontierland, Disney Critter Country,
Yeah.
If Walt got carried away.
They read the clue and
Enchanted Forest.
He knew it instantly.
Yeah.
So we then booked it from Amity, but he was closer.
Run! So let go. Run. This way, Liam. Hey, Paul's laundry. Paul's laundry.
Be a whole family, they're all wearing dipper hats, and they're all in the car, and you go, Cipher Hunting Dad 46 here, I'm here with my own Dipper and Mabel, we're going to Enchanted Forest, we worry that somebody might beat us there, but we're driving really fast. Oh, we're here.
Like, he actually mentioned me and you, and it was like a conglomeration of both of us. Because I was not Cipher Hunting Dad, she was Cipher Hunting Family.
The family located a sign reading, "Here lie the bones of a man named Bill, the second fastest draw in Toftyville."
We spent the morning poking around and looking at attractions and ended up finding the grave marker, second fastest draw in Toftyville, and decide that was the spot to hide a clue. We had to hop a small fence to get to the grave marker, so I ended up fake posing for a picture and buying the jar with one hand behind my back in the dirt. We also got to meet Roger Tofty while we were there.
We were completely blown away to discover a rhyming sign with the words, "Here lie the bones of a man named Bill."
Amazing.
So even though it was beyond a fence, and technically someone would have to hop the fence to get to it, it was a very short fence, and it was like in the middle of like a kind of garden-y area, and we just said, screw it.
No trespassing. No trespassing.
I don't want him to face our property too much. No, I'm not seeing anything. Maybe.
No, it's definitely
I think we were actually digging through. I remember we got for just hopping the fence and digging.
Right in there.
I specifically remember seeing Reagan just like hang together.
I was determined to find it.
Yes, you were.
I'm pretty sure I watched your Enchanted Forest stream live at the time. I was in like 8th grade or 8th grade.
Yeah. He was the cameraman for that one.
However, after a live streamed 15 minutes of searching, the clue was nowhere to be found, and Enchanted Forest staff asked him to stop digging on the ground.
Yeah, I have no idea. I know that it's not going to be inside of these fenced areas. It would be somewhere we can reach along the perimeter, okay? Just because there are cases of like poison oak and stuff like that, and I don't want you guys getting hurt.
Thank you. And there's an element too, like, you already touched on it. How do you even explain this to people? How do you be like, hi, can I hide a clue at the Enchanted Forest for an international scavenger hunt? You didn't ask, you just buried a jar.
Yeah. And I'm glad I didn't ask, because if I had asked, probably none of this would have ever happened. So I have no regrets.
And he doesn't find it. And I, watching it, realize, oh gosh, someone got to it first. And he says, I need to start digging. And so he just starts up to his elbow, just digging and digging. And I'm like, oh no. So again, I have to race to do a tweet like, hey, can you dig it? Maybe stop. Someone else has found the stop.
It turns out the Twitter user and Washingtonian @Niltiak6 had family friends in the park when the screw was located in Amity, who she instructed to dig up.
So yeah, just someone happened to be in the park and they texted their friend or whatever, or family member, I think it was.
Yes.
And they just went and got it. Yeah, it's like...
It was then her who tweeted this photo of a young boy holding the jar, eventually coordinating with the family to also release pictures of the clue. Once deciphered, the message read,
"Return to where it all began. The final clue is in your hand. The parchment can be such a tease. The answer's written in the trees."
The back of the parchment showed a cut portion of a map and an X. In addition, it matched up perfectly to the missing corner of the original poster.
There was basically this whole hunt all the way around the world just to find out that one of the biggest clues was there the whole time. I just thought that was the coolest thing ever.
Oh, I see. I didn't even realize there was a missing piece.
Something interesting I observed while combing through the revision history of Alex and Ian's spreadsheet is that they highlighted each clue location green when the clue had been placed. Because of this, I can track when Ian and Alex and their agents had placed every clue. The document was created on April 14th, 2016, with 4 locations written up. A week later, it expanded to its full length. The Russia clue, the Tokyo clue, the Ochre court clue, and the Bill statue were all that had been hidden by April 21st, meaning there was at least a 4-month window for the node to have gone missing behind the nun. By May 18th, the hex code had been painted in the sublevel. By May 31st, Century City had been scrapped from the initial plan. The Portland, Amity, and Enchanted Forest clues were marked off on Sunday, June 5th, implying Alex and Ian's Oregon trip was this weekend. The post office box had been loaded by June 12th, and the journal page had been completed then as well. The Atlanta, Georgia, Piedmont Creek, and Confusion Hill clues were never marked off as completed, implying the spreadsheet was largely forgotten about after June 12th. Except for March 13th, 2017, nearly a year after the hunt, when for some reason Ian made an edit to correct 2 typos. There was only one thing left to do. Find Bill Cipher. Yeah, it turns out no one could find Bill Cipher. The solution that Ian Worrell had devised was so absurdly difficult that thousands of passionate code crackers hadn't made any progress whatsoever, after days of searching for some sort of pattern amongst the trees on the poster. For context, the hunt had now stalled for as long as the initial clues were being found.
I printed it out. I'm like, hey, like all my smart friends. I had a math friend.
The colors. I was convinced there's a little guy in the corner. We had just done so much. We had gone camping up at Silver Creek Falls. Yeah. And we thought this would be a great place to go. Mm-hmm. And we went all these different hiking trails, and we thought, well, maybe there's a falls, the Twin Falls, or we were trying to find all these references, anything that would, but we were just at a loss.
After all this time, the Bill Cipher puzzle was finally being completed at Emerald Nights. Alex Hirsch waited outside watching the stream and showed up the second the final piece was placed, signing merch and doing everything he could to make this agonizing week worth it.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
How about a round
my heart's beating so fast right now!
Yes! For completing
The world's most miserable puzzle.
Oh my god.
Who are you insane people? Why did you do this with your evening?
So I was watching, the live stream live as I saw that they were maybe 15 minutes away from solving the puzzle. I hopped into an Uber. I headed over down to the comic shop, and I just waited outside the door, looking at the live Periscope, like counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, so that I could run in, congratulate them all the moment they put the final puzzle piece in, shake a few hands, do a few signatures, and then get out of there before the rest of the internet showed up. It was really fun because, even though I've done lots of fan appearances and it sometimes is the same thing over and over again, the fact that they didn't expect me to show up and that to them I'm almost I don't know, a mascot or a mythical figure like Santa Claus or something, the look in their faces when I magically appeared after they put the final puzzle piece in was truly something I'll never forget. I enjoyed playing the part of puzzle master, the Riddler, whatever, in that single strange moment. I hope that was something memorable and that it was worth their efforts. I just feel bad for whichever friend said we're not going to finish this tonight, I'm bombing out early, and didn't get to actually be part of that moment.
Were you at Emerald Nights when Alex showed up when it was completed?
No, I had just left.
The unaired pilot was soon released on Mystery of Gravity Falls' site, and deleted scenes from the show made their way to the Gravity Falls DVD.
He wanted a way to distribute it without having it uploaded publicly through just a splashing a YouTube link. So it's it was behind a code and message, and you had to enter a password.
With no progress on tracking down the statue, Hirsch woke up the next morning on August 2nd and tweeted at 9:32 a.m. PST.
An urban legend arcade game gives the method's correct name. Mathematically, the letters hide in branches and knots, no matter the side.
Fans quickly determined Polybius, Oregon's most notable urban legend, was the answer to the riddle. Thus, they began looking through the lens of the Polybius Cipher. Enter Mike Antonucci.
You hear that too, right?
I think it's just leaves. It's nuts falling.
No.
You hear that a lot.
That's something eating something. It's right here.
Oh, I see it now.
It's big. It's an elk. You can see its antler. Wow, that's a big baby.
So let's rewind 2 weeks. On the first day of the Cipher Hunt, July 20th, IO9 Gizmodo released an article about it. This article was discovered by a 57-year-old member of the American Cryptogram Association named Mike Antonucci. When you had appeared on Charlie Marlowe's podcast about the Cipher Hunt a couple years ago, you guys thought the person who solved the final Polybius Square was anonymous. But it turns out this whole time that person was known. They'd put it on their personal blog, but no one had ever found it. And so they revealed themselves a couple years ago. Let me show you who they are. Their name is Mike Antonucci. They were a member of the American Cryptogram Association for several years. In the early 1990s, they were on the hiring wait list for the National Security Agency, but hiring was frozen when the Soviet Union fell. They have published work on code breaking in Civil War times. And what's the most notable thing about it is that they had never heard of Gravity Falls before the Cipher Hunt.
So how did you hunt this person down? How did you learn this?
They emailed me. I put out a YouTube community post saying, hey, I'm trying to find a few people of note. I don't know how he found that YouTube community post, but he showed up. At the time, he was like a 53-year-old man. Boom, code crackers.
Code crackers.
That's the white people who solve codes.
Ciphers and codes kept military secrets from wiretappers and spies, but nothing was safe from the gifted few who knew how to break the codes, by Michael Antonucci.
Yeah, so we don't have to read the whole thing, but look, this man's published. This man knows what he's talking about. Good for him.
Paper.
Yes.
Though I was an animated filmmaker just out of college, I had no knowledge of Gravity Falls before hearing of the Cipher Hunt. My introduction began with a July 20th, 2016 article on IO9. For 2 weeks, I followed the hunt amid maps and geocaching and jigsaw puzzles. Kids and adults live-streaming themselves digging through leaves for clues in various parks. Until at last we reached the final clue. I labored in vain along with everyone else until Alex gave us the Polybius clue. I then labored further in vain, trying to reconstruct the square. which I ultimately decided was too difficult for 2 reasons. Number 1, most Polybius ciphers are solved because the analyst has a large amount of material to work with. Our sum total was 11 letters. And number 2, while you can construct a simple Polybius Square in alphabetical order, you can vastly complicate matters by starting with a keyword. Let's say it's pines. In that case, P would be 1, 1, and the letter I would be 1, 2. You would continue, and then put the remaining letters in order. So in that way it is kind of similar to how vision error works. Well, Ian could have used a keyword or phrase that was 10 letters long, or 20, which would have been almost an entirely scrambled alphabet. So I went to a shortcut that codebreakers often have used throughout history, guessing at the possibilities and seeing if they hold up. Just like Alan Turing surmising the phrase Heil Hitler would appear in secret German messages during World War II. Since the final message was only 11 letters, and it needed to point to a location, it wasn't unreasonable to assume that the last 2 letters were OR for Oregon. I did also try spelling out the entire word Oregon, but it is 2 O's 4 letters apart, and that didn't coincide with ciphertext. The solution proceeded as I described on the Reddit and Twitter post. If you guys can stand another theory, here it is. 18 branches, 4 knots, equals 22 Polybius needs pairs. So, 11 letters, 5 different types. Bare branch slanted up. Bare branch slanted down. Branch with leaves slanted up. Branch with leaves slanted down. And knot. Assign each of those type a number, 1 to 5, randomly. The letters themselves will come out as gibberish, but it does tell us which letters repeat and which don't. There are 7 different letters in the 11. The pattern goes X, Y, Y, Z, A, B, C, X, D, C, X. It doesn't matter what letters you use, what's important is that the first, 8th, and last letter are the same. The 2nd and 3rd are the same, and the 7th and 10th are the same. Big deal, right? But if we assume the last 2 letters are OR, as in Oregon, we then get RYYZABORD, Oregon. If the first letter is a consonant, then 2 and 3 have to be a vowel. And since we've already used O, the only possibility is E. So now we have REEZ, ABORD, Oregon. There's only one place that fits. Reed Sport, Oregon.
Reed Sport. Damn, he got that from branches?
He got that from the branches.
Was that on purpose? There's no way.
And I just want to clarify to our lovely viewers at home, I literally don't understand that whatsoever.
I mean, I get it, but also I don't.
In our defense, Alex Hirsch also doesn't understand this whatsoever.
I don't even understand that final Polybius riddle. Ian is, of the two of us, the smart one. I'm the goofy guy who writes the rhymes and comes up with the wacky schemes, but he actually understands codes. He put that thing together. I didn't understand how he put it together. I didn't understand how it was solved, but I love that it required an actual cryptographer to figure this thing out. That's incredible. You're blowing my mind right now.
I know. And in his blog post, he says something like, he can tell you're an incredible expert at cryptography, but you just dial it back for the sake of your audience.
Hirsch seemed to be a real student of cryptology, though in consideration of his audience kept his ciphers relatively simple.
See, even he is fooled by the marbles tossed on the floor into seeing a pattern of a brilliant mastermind when it's just whatever works,
The tree branch Polybius cipher revealed the town where the statue was located, and we wanted to put it on the very first clue, the parchment that kicked off the treasure hunt. We knew it was extremely risky putting it there, knowing what the Gravity Falls fan hive mind is capable of, so we had to make it very difficult, almost invisible. We also thought it would be a really fun reveal for the fans to realize that they had the final clue in their hands the entire time. We researched other cipher types that had not been used in the show and settled on this one. I think at the time we were already designing the parchment and were in the process of illustrating the Bill statue in the forest. The Polybius cipher only required 5 unique symbols or shapes to encode information, so I pitched the idea of 5 unique types of branches on the trees and hoped nobody would notice. We figured that even if someone cracked the code, they would still need the map to pinpoint exactly where to go once you're in Reed's Port. I don't think we could have gotten away with that these days. The fans are currently picking apart every pixel of the Book of Bill and the entire Gravity Falls media universe looking for clues. I feel like the 2024 fans would have found the tree branch cipher instantly.
Comparing the corner of the map to an aerial overview of Reedsport, it was determined that the most likely beginning was at the end of South 22nd Street. Soon, Hirsch began retweeting posts from fans who said they were heading to Reedsport, and he confirmed Mike and Tanushi's efforts. After 2 weeks, we knew where the statue was, and the race was on.
There it is, last piece, all done. Well, Kian, I went to work as usual and did all my regular activities, and I finished the puzzle in 18 days.
Okay, I forgot to tell you, YouTube actually found like a bank account that they forgot about. And so they sent us an email like 14, 16 days ago. They said we can forget about the puzzle. We don't have to do it. I forgot to mention that to you.
What? What? I didn't have to do the puzzle? You're kidding me.
There's only one thing left to do. Imagine that worked. Imagine, you, the audience, the viewer. Imagine this is igniting right now. Good acting, Mom. That was really believable.
We'll just from the top. Not a lot. You don't need it too much. Just a lot.
Momo from Confusion Hill headed there, along with MJ, the Cipher hunting family, and a girl named Chloe Lease alongside her mother and sister.
Hi, I'm Chloe Lease. We literally come back from camping, I think the day before, but I had a bag packed, ready to go. So at the first drop of Reedsport, I was like, well, here's my bag, we're going.
My mom was on the couch and I was upstairs and I said, Mom, we gotta go to Reedsport. And she was like, okay.
We were at that point, we were at the final clue, and we're like, we don't know where it is, but we roughly know it was in Oregon. So I was like, I'm just gonna get a hotel in Oregon. Eugene is where I think I went. I saw the post on Twitter where he solved it, and he said, this is it. Like, well, it's a long shot, who knows? I'll just go there and see what happens.
Bill texted me, he's like, are you gonna go? I'm like, yeah, we're gonna go. Because I had this feeling that it was going to be gone. The way that how the internet world and everyone was responding, I just knew it would be gone by morning.
I talked to my parents and I'm like, hey, could you be able to watch the younger two and I'll take Liam with me? And they're like, yeah, totally. And that was the clincher. I was like, okay, I can go.
Ryan Gates, who'd worked on the puzzle, made a beeline to Reedsport on his drive up to Washington.
Hello, my name is Ryan Gates. I was looking at an apartment in the Los Angeles area at the time, which is why I happened to be driving down during the Cipher hunt. I was driving back up and I stopped in Grants Pass for the night when the Polybius riddle was being solved. And I kind of wanted to stay the night in Grants Pass to sort of maybe the next day, if it had been solved, I might have a chance of, being on the way and it was be close by. And well, that turned out to be correct. About an hour out of Grants Pass, I was driving north on I-5 heading home, and I got a message through one of my friends that they had solved it and to go to Reedsport. So I just passed the exit for Reedsport about 30 minutes back and made the fateful decision to actually turn around, start driving towards Reedsport. I had a yellow shirt on, I believe.
There, Ryan joined up with a mother and her 3 children, who live-streamed their quest to the statue.
On Periscope?
Yes. Of course.
What else?
Hi, I'm Kaden. I was the one live streaming.
But hi, I'm Kelly, and I was just the driver, and my kids told me where to go that day.
I don't know if I ever believed we'd actually find the statue, because we were like at that point going off of coordinates, I think.
This is where the coordinates like ended from walking.
I remember being like, there's no way this is where we're supposed to go, because it was like obviously like you're not supposed to climb over this random gate.
This doesn't look really walkable.
There's a
rusty gates. I mean, these are rusty gates. That is true, but they're also locked.
Let me go around. We didn't drive all this way.
Hey, we're not going over lock the gates. People say that they think this is wrong.
We all sort of walked up together at that point, and we're all talking about our experiences with Gravity Falls and how this cartoon that, brought us all together in the middle of the woods as night was falling behind this town we'd never been to before. And it was honestly a little creepy, but a little fun as well. That's a sense of adventure that I'd been missing for a long time.
Everyone waited on pins and needles to see who would make it there first.
We found out where the statue is. We're heading out right now. Here's our rusty gates. I think this is it. This is what they're saying. So
the actual map itself seems to indicate that way.
So I'm gonna go. That'd be really sad if I Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh my god. Oh my god, I found it. Holy sh! Oh my god. Okay, sorry, that was really loud. But I found it! Oh my god, guys, I found it! Okay, I gotta take lots of pictures. I'm gonna sit here with Bill. I'm just gonna hang out until you guys start getting here. I can't believe I found it! Oh my god, I'm freaking out. I don't want to. Oh, he's all broken and stuff. Aw, his hat's broken.
As a number of treasure hunters made the journey, it was ultimately Momo, who located the statue on August 2nd, 2016 at 7:53 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
After I got to the statue, did the post on Twitter, did a post on Reddit. I'm just sitting there for a couple hours with the sun setting. I called my mom and I'm like, Mom, I found it. I was just super excited. I was like, hey, guess what? I'm in Oregon and I found the statue and I'm the only one here.
Momo was there and I heard her yell at the top of the hill, that the yell that's in her video of finding Bill. I heard that and we made it up there about 5 minutes later, and we basically Marco Polo'd our way to where the Bill statue was. I was the second person to find the Bill Cipher statue.
Yeah, if you see a light up there, there's one more person who went ahead of us with a flashlight, but I'm waiting for the rest of our group.
A young lady was there and she came down and kind of met us. And so she had waited patiently for someone else to arrive so we could live stream it.
Probably the roller coaster they're turning around. Hey, stop, guys. You want to come this way, into the woods.
Where?
I know it looks scary. Where? You want to come this way. Just be very careful.
I see him.
Are you guys recording?
Yes, we are periscoping.
Good, because I could not do that. My phone is really old.
Okay, shall we?
He's pretty huge, and is that all your group?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So be very careful because it is hard to see, and there are lots of things on the ground.
Yeah, I was definitely excited. I think I was a little just like surprised that was actually what was happening. Like, I think we weren't really sure at that point if that was going to be the end of it or if that was going to be something else.
On my scale of concerns, the worst case scenario was, the wrong person finds it and they just dig it up and take it home and don't tell anyone, or it's anticlimactic. And I could not have asked for a better finale to this. It was this picture perfect moment where one girl found it and there was a periscope that was the one that like all the fans were watching live of this family, like in the woods with a flashlight as it was getting dark, trying to find her, finding it. And it was exactly who you'd hope. It was a family dressed as with a little baby and a kid dressed as Mabel.
Aww.
And somebody dressed as Grunkle Stan. And there was the girl who had found it herself.
Kelly's infant son Bodhi shook hands with Bill, where he was swiftly branded by Alex Hirsch as the hashtag demon baby.
Yeah, I remember this tweet. The baby.
Ready? High five. High five. Ready?
No, it's so cute.
Hey! No one could forget the demon baby. I was very impressed that they actually brought a baby into the woods to encounter a stone monster demon from another dimension.
Like, he reached out for the hand, and like I said, I hadn't watched the series, so I didn't really understand what that could have meant. But within moments, there was so much fan art popping up all over the internet of us, and especially him. And so I because I knew he wouldn't remember, I collected all the fan art and made him like a little book of just some of the great things that fans put online, so he can look back and kind of remember some of the tweets and stuff about him. That was him. And these, like I said, these were popping up within minutes of us. That's me holding him, and he was like in a little carrier.
I'm gonna guess, Bodhi, that you don't remember much about what happened.
No.
At the time, I thought the joy of finding the statue, the experience in the moment was the prize of the whole thing. So I didn't even think there was something buried under the X.
And there was dirt that looked like it had been overturned at some point in the past. So I was the one who started digging and found the treasure chest that was buried there.
We are digging up a treasure currently that would be under the X. And the big Bill statue is right behind us. Right behind us is the big Bill statue. Right there. We're gonna wave. It's gonna fall out. We just opened
Wow!
What is it?
Treasure!
Oh, it's cute.
Oh my goodness.
It meant a lot to me, really. It was something that I'd wanted to do ever since I was a kid. I'll be turning 43 this month, and I was 35 at the time. So that was 8 years ago that I got to live one of my childhood dreams of digging up buried treasure, like actual buried treasure. So it was a wonderful way I could actually be part of, like, be a kid for just one more day, as it were.
And then I remember the conversation pretty quick was like, well, who's taking what of this random box? Because there was so many of us there.
There's like plastic coins. There's actual. That's real money. It's Russian. That's Japanese.
Like 1,000 yen. There was some Russian and Japanese money in there as well that we all split with each other.
Mayor of Gravity Falls.
Okay, I think she gets it, right?
She's the one who actually found it, so.
Yeah, she'll get that one.
Thank you.
There you go.
They're like, here, this is yours now. And I'm like, oh, okay. Okay, cool. Alex Hirsch was doing a signing at the time, and I was trying to get tickets beforehand, but I never got tickets. And then I met the girl who had the Stan head. They were like, oh, we both found clues. And so she did me a favor and had it signed for me.
Awesome. It's like...
Oh, we got a Journal 3.
Oh
my God. Wait.
It's a blacklight version.
Let's check. What does that say?
Stay paranoid.
Stay paranoid.
There is one thing that I found a long time later that I'm glad to sort of put on record. There's a section of the book. It's like this property of, but it does say the winner. And I wanted to be clear that technically I'm not the winner. So this is actually Momo's book. I'm just sort of keeping it safe for them. We'll say that.
Congratulations.
Oh. All the eyes of the people light up with a black light over it.
And a crown.
Nice. So this is what we kept for Demon Baby got this crown.
When the music box started playing, I got such a chill through my whole body.
Uh-oh. What? Is it a music?
It's a music box.
Oh my God. What's the map? It's another.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
It looks like it's.
Is that black light or something?
Flashlight. It might be.
It is a.
Oh, there's another something.
Congratulations on finding the Bill Cipher statue, Bill's final resting place. Whosoever finds this treasure is hereby the new mayor of Gravity Falls, so use your title well. Chances are you didn't do this alone, so share the wealth.
Yes.
You are an amazing fan. Alex Hirsch.
Yay! Yeah. And then our other son who's studying abroad right now, he got a scroll and a black light.
I've also been in touch with a woman who goes by Aztiel, who was 16 years old at the time and walked away with the music box, which they still have to this day.
What we should do is maybe everyone take one and leave it for the other people.
Cute.
Yeah.
I also have the little figure of Bill that was eventually sold. I have it, but there's that was the prototype it looked like. I think I had, and then you can buy more of it online.
You know, Alex probably reached out about wanting to put something in there because he knew at that point I had already made the bobblehead and the hats and all that kind of stuff. So he wanted something in there. And I had already started prototyping the Cipher statue from when the finale aired. So timing just kind of worked out that the sample for that actually, I had it in hand to be able to send to him to include to the hunt when it actually went live. my emails for starting the prototyping was in like the end of February 2016 after the finale had aired. That's when I first emailed the company about it. And then I sent them, images and stuff of the screenshots and model sheets and stuff that I had in early March.
You had hid the statue before the show ended because there's footage of the statue in the show. In the treasure chest buried under the statue, there was a miniature Bill Cipher statue from Mystery of Gravity Falls. Mystery of Gravity Falls says he did not start making the statues until after the finale aired. So how did they get in the treasure chest way after the statue was hidden? Because these didn't exist yet.
Yeah, so the statue was built and put in Reedsport as, before the finale was concluded. But we continued to update the treasure hunt clues and pieces, up until the day that we posted the beginning of it. So probably what must have happened is I probably just got an idea later on saying, oh, wouldn't that be cool if we hid one of the Mystery of Gravity Falls's little figurines inside the treasure hunt, or inside the treasure chest. Let's go up and bury it and put it in there. So we were constantly coming up with new ideas on the fly. So even though it sort of looks sequential, it isn't.
And then I have from July, he asked me what was going on with the Bill statues I was making at that time. So I had already made them like before the Cipher Hunt was live, but I guess I hadn't sent it to him at the time. So yeah, in July 12th, he had asked me about the Bill statues. So sometime after that is when I had sent it to him.
Did you go back there or plant it? Do you remember who did?
I must have got somebody else to do it. There was a lot of people who helped out, despite the fact that it was, me and Ian planning it. Like I said, my mom hid a clue in Piedmont. Matt Chapman, Strong Bad of Homestar Runner fame, he hid the clue in Atlanta because he lives in Georgia. There was various fans and friends that I was pestering at all hours of the day and night to help me out. So I'm sure I talked someone into burying that, but I can't remember.
So the puzzle's done. This puzzle's done. I'm going home. And getting a shower. Gosh, look at this crap. Alex, you made me dig in the forest. I haven't done this in Boy Scouts.
Anyone else want to say anything before we start walking?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I came all the way from California just to see here. I'd never expected I would actually find it, but it's been, oh my God, it's been a journey. It's been awesome. It's great.
There was, I know, Momo, and then a guy with her, I think.
Yeah.
And then there was a family with a baby and a teenager.
Yeah.
And they were right before us, and then it was us.
My mom always carried her laptop with her everywhere, and thankfully that she had it with her because we were able to plug in the flash drive right then and there.
She had the laptop that we played the USB drive on, and so we heard, Grunkle Stan singing.
We'll meet again. Don't know where. Don't know when. But I know we'll meet again some sunny day. Oh, my esophagus. Hey guys, congratulations on finding the mysterious treasure of the statue in the forest. This is it. You reached the end. You really did it. You looked for it and you found it. And, now it's yours. If you were hoping for some kind of like a cash prize, I can't blame you, but the real treasure is the journey and the friends you made along the way. In case you don't have any friends, in which, at least you got some exercise. Anyway, take a picture with the statue. Shake his hand, that's kind of like a prize. And, tell everybody how you did it first. That makes you the best. Also, if other people helped you, give them some of the gold plastic coins. Share the wealth. Anyway, congratulations. I'm Grunkle Stan, and as I always say, no refunds.
I remember that day I was singing that song.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah. And I do have the flash drive. I did try looking for it. I know I have it. I know where it is. It's just not in a box that I can easily access. I posted that on YouTube with the link for the Google Drive, and I still get random requests, to have access to the Google Drive to this day. I usually get maybe like 1 or 2 a month. But it's funny that people still care so much about the Cipher Hunt, and they're still trying to find it.
I'm just glad that we could be there at the end. Even though we didn't find any of the clues early, it was a really great experience.
I shook his hand, and then we all headed out, and it was pretty great.
I know there was like another big group.
Yes, right behind us.
By the time we got there, it was dark. We ran into a group as we were headed to the statue, and they said that they were groups 2 and 3. So they had been the second people to get there and the third people to get there, and they'd kind of merged, and then we're coming back as we were headed there. So my family, we were group 4 technically.
Yeah, we're looking for a Dorito.
A Dorito.
Okay. Say hi to the stream.
Hi, stream. We're team 3.
Oh my God,
team 4. No, we were team 4.
Okay.
No, we merged with team 3 because 3 couldn't find it. So
Yeah,
we became
All right, you know what?
They guided us a little bit, like, oh, you want to go up here, you're going to turn right at the fork, you're going to turn left after that. They tried to put some sticks together where you go off the path so that it would be easier to go and find Bill, because Bill was off the path. So you just had to know where to turn into the woods and start hiking through the brush.
If I'm like piecing together the timeline of who got
Yeah.
there, then I think when you were on your way out, you were in a big group, right? And then you helped like a mom and 2 daughters navigate to it, or you gave them directions.
Yes.
Best moment of my life, seeing him through the trees, especially in the dark, and like having the glimpses of like his hat and like his hand catch my flashlight through the brush was like, it was a magical moment.
Right after I found the statue, I like literally couldn't sleep because my phone would be beeping like every 5 seconds of someone commenting on the post. Most of the times were positive. They're like, oh, that's really cool. Like most of the stuff I had was pretty positive. And I had I got a lot of followers, and then I put the video on my YouTube, so I got a lot of all my YouTube subscribers are mostly from that. I did have some things of like, oh, she should have let somebody else find it, but they're rooting for the previous family to find it. Or I know there was like another family that was going around at every clue and kind of looking at it like, oh, she should have let this person find it. And I did have the privilege of being an adult who has a car, who could get a hotel room. I think that was the whole thing, is like, oh, it's a kid's show, you should let kids do it. And like, if I had kids, then yeah, maybe my kid would have done it. But like, I'm a fan of the show too, so I just happened to be there. That's just how it went.
Ready?
All right, you're ready. You're good.
So here is the titular rusty gate.
You should probably stand in front of it.
Okay. Okay, just whenever you're ready. Oh, there's people.
Can I walk through?
Oh yeah.
Hello, beautiful. Oh, thank you.
I have a question.
What?
Is it like normal for people to just go on walks in there?
It used to be. They kind of changed things the last couple of years because they were going to develop it, but then they stopped. So I don't think they really care at this point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
It used to be, everybody would just walk down here, but then at one point, like 3 or 4 years ago, these kids vandalized a bunch of stuff.
Oh.
And then they put up all the signs and stuff. But then they were going to develop it, and they did a bunch of land work, with bulldozers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Then they just stopped and left, and now it's for sale.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sam, what do you think?
Are we fans? I mean, how far in are we going? I feel like if the Chihuahuas can do it, I think we can as well.
What if that guy knew we were coming and he's here to entrap us?
With his Chihuahuas?
With his Chihuahuas, yeah. The Chihuahuas are canines. They work for the FBI. Let's just go in. Did he go under?
He went around.
Oh, around the pole?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's thorny.
Maybe not the best day to wear a tank top.
There's no such thing as a bad day to wear a tank top. So this is the pilgrimage of our ancestors that we're taking.
Speak for yourself, motherfucker.
What?
Well, you're half Filipino, so.
What are you talking about? We're talking about the Cipher hunters, our ancestors.
Oh, I was thinking white people.
I was thinking white people as well.
Should have been more clear about that. Do you remember that night in middle school when I was saying, Mom, please, we have to go to Reedsport to see a statue? Well, guess what, Mommy? You're taking me to go see it one way or another.
I didn't realize you cared about it still 8 years later.
We're here. This is what you wouldn't take me to as a 14-year-old in the middle of the night. Do you regret it?
No, I don't regret it.
Thank you for visiting the park. Drive safely. It's my speculation that this property used to be a public park before it was sold off for development.
Thank you for visiting the park. Drive safely. Thank you for visiting the park. Drive safely. Okay.
Development that seemingly hasn't progressed after 13 years at least. The gate is first visible on Google Earth starting in 2011. In 2024, because the property is intended to and the trees and grass are overgrown, the path that was traced for the Cipher hunt is no longer visible through satellite imagery. And the area looks to remain largely identical across 4 decades until an exponential increase in growth across the last 10 years. There's also a fallen tree blocking this trail shortly before the hairpin turn, making it impossible for a vehicle to make it to the statue's original resting place, as Alex and Fawn's had. Also on the flash drive was a file called hi.txt, which contained a link to a Twitter account of a boy named Bradley Pictall, who had found the statue months earlier.
Dun dun. I knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was really hoping you'd have a bigger reaction, but I forgot that I had told you previously.
Yeah.
I made a grave mistake. In fact, the statue had been discovered by a teenager who'd recently moved to Reedsport named Bradley. He and his friend Jonah Kelly took a walk beyond the gate, where they accidentally stumbled across the statue.
I'm Bradley Pitchell, and buddy Jonah Kelly.
I'm Jonah Kelly, and we found the Cipher statue before anybody.
I believe me and you had just moved to that area. We were living in that little tiny room together, and we wanted to go find a spot to build a fort. I was a freshman in high school.
Yeah, I was like 17, something.
Yes, 15 going on to 16, I believe. We looked on Google Maps, a nice place to go. Found a little spot up, maybe a couple miles from our house, walked to it. Some pretty dense woods.
Maybe went around or hopped over the rusty like gate. And then you remember walking underneath all the like old excavators, like the giant machines.
And then when we got up there and found that statue.
So what were your first thoughts when you saw the statue? Were you confused as hell?
Yeah, very much so. There's actually like a Freemasons like building in that little town we lived in, and my first thought was like some like Freemason stuff, some weird stuff up in the woods.
Creepy vibes.
We took a picture, and there was enough bear poop, and with the statue, we got out of there.
Congratulations, Bradley. That's all.
Originally, before I knew what it was about, Well, I had shown the picture to my friend Derek, and he instantly realized or like noticed it being the picture that was shown for like the start of the hunt or whatever. And he pointed that out. And then so I went back up there and I made a video. I believe I uploaded the video to YouTube and started sharing that around. I don't remember exactly where I shared it.
I was like, I wasn't purposely looking for this, and I stumbled across it. And we ended up walking around different parts of the forest thinking maybe it's like a clue or something, because we didn't know it was from Gravity Falls. So to be honest, I don't watch TV that much, but I found it. If you guys want to, know where it's at, I'll edit this video and shit and show you where it's at, where to get to it. I just heard a loud boom, but yeah, this is it. My friend told me to shake its hand. Fire does not come out, Derek. Okay, but yeah, his hat's off. I don't know if someone came over here and didn't know what it was about and just broke it, but you can see that there's styrofoam on the ground. It's not like rock or anything. It's like there's like foam inside of it, but
basically what happened was this kid Bradley was just wandering around in the woods. He lives in Reedsport. He saw the Bill Cipher statue, never heard of Gravity Falls, had no context for it. The thing hadn't been launched. I don't even know if the show had ended yet at this point. He took a picture of it and he uploaded it, again, ages before this thing was even started, to a Reddit Unsolved Mysteries. He said, "Hey, I saw this thing in the woods. Does anyone know what this is?" And it was a blurry picture, and he wasn't like a well-known Redditor, and nobody even saw it. But somehow, if I remember correctly, my friend Gravity Falls Cipher reached out to me and said, somebody found this thing. I emailed him. I said, "Hey, congratulations, Bradley, but finding this means that you've got a prize, but you have to take that picture off of Reddit immediately. Take the picture off of Reddit, give me a call, and I'll explain." He called me. I just heard this kid's voice like, "Hey, what's up? This is Bradley." I was like, "Bradley," I think it was like 2 a.m. when I was talking to him. I was like, "I've created this big fun treasure hunt, and it's part of a project for a television series. And actually, amazingly, you found it first. And I would love to send you some Gravity Falls goodies and $100."
I think it was a Twitter DM. He had contacted me, gave me his number. And then he called me, or I called him, and yeah, he was very frantic. He was like, "Please, man, please, just you gotta just hold off on posting it. You can post it after it's found." He's like, "I've been working on this for a very long time," and I was just like, "I'm not like that. Yeah, that'd be terrible to ruin something like that."
And he's like, "Oh yeah, $100? Yeah, okay. I just have to delete the picture." I was like, "Yeah. All you gotta do is delete the picture."
Alex called Bradley, explained the cipher hunt and the buried treasure, and bribed him $100 to not tell anyone and delete his post.
Called out a little more.
He was like, "I'll give you a firm handshake, a piece of gum,
and I'll buy you some fries."
Yeah.
I think it was actually like $300. I remember he sent me money, and I think that's when he sent me the hand painted picture of Grunkle Stan.
What did you spend that money on?
Fishing stuff.
I remember you sending me a picture of a real spiky fish.
Oh yeah, got a lot of weird fish out there in the ocean.
And on the topic of financial incentives, if you head to my Patreon, very soon you'll see over 20 minutes of material that was cut from this video for pacing, like bloopers, bits, and field footage. It's just a rapid-fire montage of moments and scenes that were funny, but needed to be moved to make this video the best it could be. You'll even see more of Alex.
That argument with Stan and Ford at the beginning of the episode, we must have rewritten that thing like 20 times. It was so, like, figuring out, okay, what's the exact right attitude each one of them should have, and, like, what do we want the audience to feel about them? We want to like Ford, but also he just punched Stan in the head, so we can't like him that much.
Check it out. One interesting distinction is that while Alex recalls Bradley finding the statue before the show had ended, Bradley's pretty confident it was during the summer.
I know it was summertime, but I cannot recall exactly what month of summer it was.
Mystery of Gravity Falls also denies ever showing Bradley's post to Alex and couldn't find any record of that conversation when scrolling through old messages. All he found was Alex informing him of a contained leak on Reddit.
Yeah, I mean, I could try to look through, so I'd assume it's, probably June 2016, maybe? I don't know. I've got something from July 13th about a post being on Reddit. Actually, I don't even know. Like, from what I can see is I was told there was a contained leak, and then I had replied that there was a leak. I missed it. So I don't know if that's the same thing. So I don't think I might have been behind that either. Somebody may have sent it to, tagged Alex or something after seeing it themselves, because I don't have anything that would have pointed to that, at least from what I can find. Although there was an unrelated leak of, I guess, the journal itself at that same time. So maybe he's mixing up me giving him the heads up on that compared to the statue.
Bradley claims he tagged Alex himself.
And then I started tagging him on Twitter, but I remember it was very quick before I was being asked to take it down. And then shortly after he had contacted me again, I didn't know there was buried treasure underneath the statue, but he'd said there's buried treasure underneath the statue, there's a USB inside of it, and it's possibly corrupted. And so he sent me a USB with all the files that everyone saw. And that's when I slipped in like my Twitter URL or something like that.
Send you on a mission to put another USB in the treasure chest?
Yeah, so I unburied the treasure. I didn't have a shovel. I went up there with like a little knife. And he said there was an X that marked the spot, but it's been there for a while, I guess, and there was no X. So I was just kind of digging around, and I eventually found it. It was that big, like, weird crate thing. And I just switched out the USB and put her back in the ground.
How did he know that the USB was corrupted? Do you know? How would he know that?
I actually do not know. I still, kind of question that, like, because I had the other USB. I don't think I ever checked it out to see if it was corrupted or if what was on it. Or
secretly $10,000 in crypto.
Just got the wrong USB.
He recalled a story that I'd never heard before, which is that at one point near the Cipher hunt, I think while it was actually happening, you had frantically called him again and told him that he needed to replace a flash drive in the treasure chest.
Oh, yeah. I thought it would be great to have a Drunkle Stan voice message in the flash drive, and I had forgot to put it in the original flash drive. So he helped out. He was part of the hunt.
Okay, cool. Because he had no clue like what was on the drive or what he was doing. But then that's where he left a text file that linked to his Twitter and said Bradley was here.
Legendary move.
I know.
Yeah, I remember. I told my parents I was kind of freaking out. I was like, he wants me to go unbury treasure. They were a little confused and concerned, but.
Did you also like put anything else in the chest besides the USB?
No, I don't think I did.
He didn't become mayor of Gravity Falls.
No, he was robbed. I mean, he should get some sort of position adjacent to mayor.
Governor? That's one up.
It's one up. Head of head of the Department of the Interior.
Secretary of the Interior of Government in Gravity Falls.
First order of business, banning the exterior. Anyone seen standing outside a building will be deported.
I just think it's so crazy that he was dropping hints to Japan and like Russia and like all of his fans all over the world, and we were just trying to build a fort.
Did you guys ever build your fort?
No, we didn't. I don't think we did. No.
I thought we made like a little lean-to or something.
We might have. Oh, like we did.
Regardless of Bradley's quirking about, Gravity Falls fans spend the night of August 2nd reveling in the presence of the statue. On the morning of August 3rd, the statue was taken into custody by the Reedsport Police Department. No trespassing. No trespassing.
People did not listen to that.
No trespassing. We're interviewing you in a sauna, basically.
Yeah, this is your version of Hot Ones. We're going to gradually turn up the heat and the volume of random people outside while asking you about arcane property disputes.
Several days after it was found was actually probably the most exciting part of the whole thing because of the drama around the property and then the police were involved.
My mom had been driving for 4 hours at that point. And so we were like, well, we got to go and spend the night. You know, we can't drive all the way back after this. Next morning, we kind of woke up, got breakfast, headed back out there pretty early on, pretty much like first thing. We didn't have anything else to do. And we get up there and there's another family that we run into and they're like, yeah, they're removing it. I don't know. And we were like, huh? What? We just got here. It's only been, it's been less than 24 hours. What are you talking about? They're removing it.
Being dug up right now.
Why?
Because you have to go through private property. Is that little gateway? Gateways.
Okay.
Lots of people are trespassing, so they're taking.
Are they there right now?
Yes.
Okay, let's go.
They're right now.
It's this dad and his 2 sons. And they're just kind of standing around like, we don't know what to do. And there's this older guy who's just hiking it up on like ratchet straps, like to get it out. He's like attached to the ratchet strap, like to the tree, and is like trying to just hoist Bill out of the ground. And we're like devastated. We're like, hey, you can't do that. He'd already taken Bill's hat off by the time we got there, but he like kind of let us like put it back on and like take a few more photos in the daylight, I guess. So it's actually funny. All my daylight photos look pretty normal, but there's like a ratchet strap at like the bottom of Bill because he was in the middle of being hoisted out. And we just kind of stood around and watched as this guy like ripped him out of the ground.
This is the page that guy. I left the
Oh, you did it.
Yeah.
All right.
No. I like the cow.
Wow.
Whoa,
That's a chunk of concrete there. Wow.
Whoa.
Mr. Bill.
Remember that? Yeah.
I don't know what kind of damage was done to it to get it removed from the concrete, but we made it deliberately difficult to remove.
He was kind of understanding a little bit, or he was like, I'm sorry, like, I was told to do this. I have to do this for like the property managers or whatever. But he was clearly didn't register like how big of a thing this was. I wonder if he's anywhere today. Like, man, that was, oops, that was my bad.
Here goes Bill.
Oh, bye, Bill. You were okay.
You were a great statue. You pleased many people.
That was a workout.
It was like devastating. Like 14-year-old me was losing my mind. I was like, no, this can't be happening. Bill, no. I think I cried. I was like, nah. So like we tried to scoop a bunch of the treasure out of the treasure chest and try to save as much as we could. And then this guy just started driving away in his truck. And, the stream is going crazy. People are like tweeting like hashtag save Bill, blah, 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 blah.
Goodbye, Bill! Goodbye, Bill! Woo! He's waving at us! There he goes.
Well, that's why you don't want to be behind the car.
And I've had people over the years who have messaged me and been like, hey, why did you remove the statue? Like, why would you do that? I'm like, it wasn't me. Like, I've had to, turn off comments on my video because I was the one who documented it. I was there, but it wasn't me.
I had been asked by Legendary Pictures if I would like to help them develop an outline for the Detective Pikachu movie.
Oh, this was
So
them.
I was in a skyscraper in Hollywood, like overlooking the Hollywood sign, when I was in a meeting with an executive shouting into a Bluetooth. When I got an email saying, there's an issue with the cops. You have to call the Reedsport police immediately. And I said, I got to go to the bathroom, guys. And I ran out of the office into the hallway.
Alex called me that he was giving me updates because I was concerned about the whole thing because I felt bad that I had helped arrange for this property and then it was on someone else's property. That's not ideal. And then I remember he said it's been taken somewhere. They didn't know where it was. Then he said it's with the police department. And then I was like, oh no. And then I'm like, great, now I got him in trouble. But then he said he contacted the police and they were very nice and they had hung on to it for him. And there was like this whole kind of mini drama for a little while there right after it was found.
There was one chunk of property which was owned by April Mousley's colleague at the time.
The other piece of property was owned by a woman named Linda Parker. And I guess she wanted to say that she was just really concerned about the liability of a lot of people on her property, and she had no clue what was going on, but she really wants to promise she is a nice lady.
I'm sure she's a nice lady. I have no quarrel or qualm with anyone involved in this. You know, this was one of those things where I was just asking anybody I knew, does anyone know somebody who's got a place where I can hide a statue? And luckily Fawn had a connection that had a connection, but the actual conversations there, I was just never part of them. So like, I was as surprised as anybody to discover that Bill Cipher had been arrested by the police and hauled out. I thought it was really funny and a kind of perfect fitting end, and I was just so grateful that fans got to enjoy the statue, take pictures with it, dig up the treasure, shake its hand before it was grabbed and dragged back to the police station. So I'm not upset with anyone. Honestly, it's the best ending I could have possibly hoped for.
So let me show you what happened. There are 5 parcels of property that were relevant to the Cipher hunt. Currently, the 4 that were owned by Fawn's connection are currently owned by Schofield Development LLC. And then there's 1 square of property owned by Linda Parker. And that right there is where the statue was hidden.
Oh, so Linda was right.
Yes, and here's the Cipher hunt map overlaid.
Sorry, Linda.
So it turns out just 117 feet over the property line.
Amazing.
In addition, it was 117 feet outside of Reedsport, Oregon itself.
Oh, wow, no kidding.
So Bill Cipher's statue wasn't even hidden in Reedsport.
What city was it hidden in?
It wasn't really in a city. It was
just a nameless parcel of land.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. This is what happens when you throw a treasure hunt without any team other than you and your college friend and whoever you can call. There's going to be some trial and error, but that's also what makes it so fun.
I discovered a sales listing for Linda Parker's 39.89 acre plot of land where Bill Cipher's statue was accidentally placed. The listing mentions the timber was planted approximately 31 years ago, and it sits in Reedsport's urban growth boundary, which is the area the city expects to expand into within the next 20 years. It's been listed for sale for 2 years, and the price has dropped $50,000 since it was first posted. And to me, the solution seems obvious. The Gravity Falls fandom should put on one massive talent show, fundraise $750,000, purchase the land, and bring Bill back home.
If you go down that trail, you guys might have missed it because you were in a van, but there are like bear feces just like littered along the path.
No kidding.
And there is a native bear population in Reedsport. I talked to Bradley. He also mentioned seeing bear feces, and he said when they found the statue, there were shotgun shells littered around the trail.
Found a lot of bear poop and stuff. We were kind of scared about that.
Shotgun shells also.
Yeah, a lot of weird stuff up there.
So what you're saying is that there were gun-toting bears rambling through the forest that almost shot every single person involved in this.
Every single one, yeah.
Terrifying.
I was convinced we were gonna get attacked by bears because it was like so dark and it was just so scary.
Have you ever considered an alternate reality where you're this infamous, controversial cartoon creator who got an infant and her mother mauled by a bear, shot by a property owner?
9 lives were lost that fateful day in Reedsport, Oregon, including 3 babies. Can we ever truly forgive Alex Hirsch? And at what point do we separate the art from the artist?
I have managed to obtain actual body cam footage of the SWAT team as they arrived at Alex Hirsch's place following the horrific bear attacks on fans at Reedsport. Viewer discretion is strongly advised.
The image of Bill Cipher in the end credits of the last episode is to the Great Russian-American War what Franz Ferdinand is to World War I. The first clue was supposed to be hidden in St. Petersburg, Russia, in the form of just a bolt with a little cryptogram. And Alex Hirsch did not think about that there are metal detectors at airports and that he's not going to be able to quickly translate cryptograms for whatever the Russian equivalent of TSA is.
And I hate that my local conventions banned all Gravity Falls cosplay because of the war.
Yeah. I mean, that parallel version of me does exist somewhere. He's probably in the process of building a dimensional portal so that he can hop to this reality, knock me over the head, trade places with me, steal my life. So I guess I need to sleep with a shotgun under my pillow to protect myself from him.
We get in my car and call my dad, and he was like, well, you guys got to go to the police station. Like, if this guy said he was with the police and he's not, then, there's crime or something's happening. And B, if he is with the police, then maybe you can try to help facilitate, like, getting him back to Alex or figuring something out. And so my mom was like, okay, we'll go to the police station and just see if they know what's up, see if they know what's happening. So we go to this tiny little police station in the middle of Reedsport. It's a very small town. And we're like, hey, there's this statue in the woods. Supposedly you guys were told to remove it. And they're like, oh yeah, no, here, come talk to the sheriff. And so the sheriff takes us into his office and he's like, yeah, I've been talking to this guy, Alex, and, apparently there was something with the property or whatever. But we're going to hold on to the statue, and I think we can put it here at our police station if you guys still want to, see it. We're like, yeah, that'd be great. And sure enough, like, the statue had arrived and they put it out in front of the police station, like against a tree with the treasure chest and his hat. So the last time I ever saw the statue was in front of the Reedsport Police Department, like leaning against a tree.
While Chloe was documenting the statue's relocation, Ryan and Momo were going on their own little adventure after she lost her wallet the night before.
I had a backpack, and the back of the backpack where I put my wallet didn't close, and when I was walking around, my wallet got picked up. But yeah, I was running around retracing my steps, couldn't find it, and I was like, well, I legally can't drive without my wallet. I mean, I could, but I really shouldn't be driving with my wallet. So Ryan offered me a ride back to my motel.
She let me spend the night in her hotel room on the floor so that we could basically drive back the next day. And
he was with me when we went back up there before we saw the footage of it being taken away. We walked up there and we're like, oh, it's gone. And then we checked Twitter and like, oh, okay, the statue got moved to the police.
They actually had her wallet. Like, somebody had found it and turned it into the police. So we got her wallet back, and we had this whole amazing adventure together.
Okay, it's currently October 14th, the day before this video is going to come out, and I'm on a call with Chloe. Chloe, tell the audience what you just found at 11 p.m. last night.
I got a new storage unit, so I was going through and reorganizing all my stuff, and I found my box of Gravity Falls things. And in this box, it's the business card from the police officer that we talked to during the Cipher hunt that we went to the police station. And when we interviewed months ago, I think you asked me if I remembered his name, and I said no, and we couldn't figure it out for the life of us. And I know you called them and asked, and we couldn't figure it out.
I called the Reedsport Police Department asking if any of them were there during this Cipher hunt or wanted to participate. And according to the lady on the phone, she said she sent everyone an email. Which is funny if it's true, but also funny if she lied.
I've had this the whole time, and I did not remember.
I did a bit of digging, and I discovered that Officer Matt Smart was sworn in as the Reedsport Police Chief in 2019, but then was placed on administrative leave in 2022.
A Reedsport official was placed on administrative leave. Reedsport City Manager Deanna Schaefer says Police Chief Matt Smart is absent with pay. Schaefer declined to give further details on why the chief is on leave. And Chief Smart is no stranger to controversy. In 2019, he was in the news for an altercation at a school sports event. A lawsuit filed against Smart alleged he and several others assaulted a man at a local game. Additional calls to other Reedsport City departments for more information about the recent suspension have yet to be returned.
When the statue was being removed, we didn't know where it was going to go. We didn't know where it was going to be, like, taken, if we'd ever see it again. So I took a bunch of the treasure out of the treasure chest and started piling it into my backpack, because that was the only thing that the guy was letting us kind of take. You know, I would have taken the whole treasure chest if I could, but he was like, no, I need to take this for, you know, police stuff or whatever. You can have whatever's inside of it. So like, and it was kind of dirty. Like the treasure chest itself had gotten dirt in it. So it was like, I was scooping like half dirt and half like coins and treasure and stuff into my like backpack that I had with me at the day, just as much as I could fit. And then, you know, everything proceeded to happen. He drove off. We got to the police department. We saw the statue, made sure everything was okay. We left. I forgot that I did that until we got home. And I, with horror, realized that like half of the treasure was still in my backpack, that I had accidentally stolen half of the Cipher Hunt treasure. Here they are. This is the collection of original Cipher Hunt coins and jewels that I stole by accident. And I mean, you can see there's like multicolored gems and little, you know, coins, and they're just plastic. My parents have things to do. They're not going to drive me back to put some gold coins back in a box.
Plastic coins that Alex mentioned he got on Amazon.
On Amazon, like they're cheap. It literally, they're not, it's not anything valuable in terms of monetary value. It's valuable in terms of, you know, personal and historic and, you know, Gravity Falls value. And since throughout the years, it has been my mission to distribute this to Gravity Falls fans that I find and meet either in person or online. I've sent them around the world. I've literally shipped them to like probably a dozen countries at this point with different people that I've met. I'm going to try to get rid of all of this eventually over the years to people who will cherish it and people who will also love it and respect it and treat it with the value that it has, despite being plastic.
So Bill sat under a tree at the station for a while, but eventually the Reedsport police moved him to the nearby Bicentennial Park by August 5th. However, that was not meant to hold it forever. Alex now needed to find someone to relocate the statue to its new, final resting place.
Hi, I'm Holly. I documented a lot of Cipher Hunt while it was happening. I made the Bill's Final Resting Place post on my Tumblr that documents where Bill ended up after he was uprooted from his spot in Reedsport. Just thinking about the lost media part of it is something that I was thinking about as it was happening, because just as somebody who had been on the internet and grown up with the internet for a while, and I had been in fandom circles since I was really young, seeing even stuff like your favorite fan fictions disappear, you know, from the net for one reason or the other, or pieces of art that you really liked vanish, whole, you know, artists and their entire blogs or their entire accounts disappear. Ephemera and the internet was something that I always thought about. So as Cipher Hunt was happening, I was already looking at it through the lens in several different ways of this is so temporary.
Okay, I'm here with my unnamed sister, Kayla. She said something really interesting.
Everything I say is interesting. I just read online that we're living in the digital dark age because nobody prints out photos anymore, and we only keep them on our social medias and our phones, which once you pass away, I mean, like how MySpace is just absolutely non-existent anymore. We're going to lose all of our online digital archives of photos. There's going to be nothing left because we're not printing albums, except for me, because I'm a millennial. And so, would you look at this?
Elderly.
I have a photo album.
Elderly.
Oh, those were extras.
Elderly.
Stop! I'm your mother.
Elderly mother.
Dude, I'm 27.
Ew!
And you're 11.
Ew! And that's what I've been noticing while doing the Cipher Hunt. Some of the hardest parts of this project were tracking people down and finding their old deleted accounts, parsing through all these dead links. There's so much that's lost, if not for Holly's archive. A lot of the images and videos of the Cipher Hunt I just wouldn't have anymore. So many of the Periscope streams are gone. And it just makes me realize...
Look how cute I was.
It makes me realize how temporary the internet is in its current form.
Periscope shut down, so like a lot of it's all just lost.
That's all. Was you say hi?
No, I just worked out, Kian.
I'm at Griffith Park a month after I filmed with Ramble Wheels, and the landscaping is completely different. And I think that puts into perspective just how quickly things change. I spent hours tracking down all of the usernames of the Cipher Hunters because they'd all changed or been deleted. How long until they all change again? How long until the list of names that I've compiled is completely out of date and inaccurate to who these people go by online now? We live on a disposable, temporary internet, but damn, we're having fun. Last time Kayla was in a video with me, I said, everyone go subscribe to my sibling, and then none of you did, but then she just said, fine, I'll do it myself. And she got to 100,000 on her own. And
Subscribe, please.
On August 15th, Alex Hirsch put out a post asking volunteers to relocate the statue from Reedsport, Oregon to an undisclosed location. In the replies, one video response from Washingtonian Samuel Irish caught Alex's eye, and he recruited him for the job.
If you need someone, I am very free to do it. Like, the most free. My schedule is clear open for a while now. Thank you for considering me, though.
Hey, I'm Samuel Irish. I was the Cipher Driver. So it started out, I was working a really crappy production job, and I was kind of losing productivity because I was more focused on the Cipher hunt than I was on the job. And right before it had to get moved, I had quit that job, and I just tweeted out and I said, I just quit my job. Enough time to drive it. I'm down to do this tomorrow whenever you need me to do it.
I just quit.
And he shot me a little message that was like, how close are you? And I was like, I'm close enough. I'm close enough. I'm down to do the drive. Will your car fit it? Well, I'll make it fit. I remember I messaged him. I was like, I can leave today if you need me to. He was like, no, don't worry about it. Just take a day. We'll figure out when we need to leave and do this. And he said, okay, I'll keep you posted type thing. Once we got down there, I tried to get it in the trunk. Didn't fit in the trunk. I thought it would. But eventually we figured out that it would fit perfectly in my back seat if we slid it in and rolled down one of the back windows so his arm stuck out of it. So the entire time Bill was kind of just waving at every passerby. The entire time we were driving down the coastal highway, the window was down. It was just freezing cold. When I realized that I was going to be driving down there and taking the statue down, I felt like it would be important to have at least something there. So I painted a little Bill Cipher-esque eye on one side. And then on the other side of a piece of wood, I wrote in the Bill alphabet, just Bill was here. And then I screwed it into the tree that the statue was on. So that way the next person that would show up would be like, what the hell is that? And then have to actually look up what the letters were. And, oh, Bill was here, obviously.
Common wisdom across the years is that the hat was stolen by a fan who claimed it was theirs. Alex Hirsch put out a tweet that day saying, if you're the fan who took Bill's hat, please return it. However, Sam says that the police told him, while they were helping him take the statue down, that they had thrown the hat out due to an ant infestation.
Unfortunately, the hat was gone because it was infested with fire ants. So they had to get a new one made. Asked the cops down at Reedsport about it because they showed up to help us pull it down. I'm like, yeah, no, you don't want the hat. We threw it away. It was someone picked it up and immediately got bit like 3 or 4 times.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah, no, we're not doing that.
That's new information. Supposedly it was stolen is what everything's written
Someone
online.
said it got stolen, but I'm pretty sure it was just infested with ants. And they just ended up tossing it. I think that's what it was.
So the official story is that it was taken by a fan. That's what you were told, right?
Yeah, I mean, when the like statue was actually found, I was safely at home on the computer giggling and listening to the National Treasure soundtrack and just like refreshing Reddit and far away from the actual event itself. So in terms of how the hat got damaged, how it went missing, how another hat emerged, all of that is a mystery to me. I have no idea what happened there.
Well, what's interesting, so at the time you had tweeted that someone has stolen Bill Cipher's hats. Please return it if you have it.
That was my assumption, is that somebody had stolen it.
Okay, so that was your assumption, because what Samuel Irish told me, Samuel Irish is the man who transported the statue from Reedsport down to Confusion Hill. He said that he was told by the police that they threw the hat away because it was infested by ants.
Well, that makes sense. Mystery solved then.
So no one actually stole the hat is what, I mean.
The hat went missing. My
Yeah.
assumption was a fan had taken it for their own amusement. Sounds like it was just eaten by ants.
Okay.
But that is like a more fitting like fate for Bill Cipher to be devoured alive by ants, because it's less flattering to his ego than like having all of his clothing items like stolen by fans and sold on eBay.
Yeah, exactly.
Second time he's been eaten by ants.
Yeah, it's constantly happening to him.
For the time being, the new location of the statue remained unknown.
So it was around that time. It was my birthday and my friend Danny's birthday, who was also working on the puzzle. And we just met, but I was just like, what if we did like a road trip to go see Bill for our birthdays? And Danny was like, okay. So it was me, Danny, our friend Eugenia, and Saturn, which is our other friend. And it was like we had all just met, but we decided we wanted to go see the statue together. We were like, let's go camping on the way up. And so we wanted to hit all of the tourist traps along the way that like influenced Gravity Falls, because we were like, okay, if we're gonna go see Bill, we wanna hit all the spots. And then we found out that like, I think we were like one stop in. I think we were in like Big Sur. We found out that they moved Bill, and we were like, oh crap, do we still go? And we were like, yeah, we may as well like try, because we'll maybe find him up there somewhere. Confusion Hill was on our itinerary because of all the pictures Alex took up there. I remember when we turned the corner, I was like, oh my God, that's Bill. And they were like, what? I was like, Bill's on the tree. Like, and then that's when we found Bill at Confusion Hill.
Yeah, it was found later that day. We got there maybe 2 hours before other people came to see it. And I was like, oh, that was some good timing, because it was supposed to be secret. And it was supposed to be kept in the back until Alex Hirsch actually reached out to the Confusion Hill staff about where it was going to be put. But they kind of just put it on a tree immediately. I totally didn't help with that. It helped. It felt very much so like kid helping dad. It wasn't really me drilling it up there or anything. It was just, oh, these are the tools you're going to need. Okay, I'll hold on to those for you and then hand them up to you while you're on the ladder. The only thing I have is this little coin. It says deputized Bill Cipher chauffeur. There was a coin puncher at Confusion Hill, and that literally used up every single character. I was like, oh, damn, that works perfect.
I do actually plan on, if I'm ever in that area, I'll definitely be stopping by and seeing what Bill Cipher looks like now.
We were the first. We were like, oh my God, we found him. I think it was our second day in our trip, and we were like gone for like 5 days. We were like, oh, we were expecting to find him later, but we found him pretty early on. But it was really, really cool.
There he is. Let's go home.
Well, his hat wasn't there because I don't know if like his hat was infested by ants. Had an anthill in it, so they had to make him a new hat.
A new hat was created for him within the week. And to this day, Confusion Hill remains the final resting place of the Bill Cipher statue.
Didn't you guys make a replacement hat to later go with the statue?
We didn't. I'm not sure who would have made a replacement hat.
Who made Bill Cipher's statue's second hat? Because Fawn doesn't think he made another hat.
I couldn't tell you. Gosh, if Fawn didn't make another hat, I certainly didn't commission another hat from Mystery Gravity Falls. That may be a mysterious, just like benefactor who made it because they wanted Bill Cipher to have a hat. Maybe it was somebody at Confusion Hill. Maybe it was a fan. I genuinely don't know where that hat came from. That is a mystery.
The puzzle had been gifted to May after she transported the key that unlocked it. She gave it to Confusion Hill to display in its window, where it also remains to this day.
The puzzle is technically in my possession, but it's on display up in Confusion Hill, so I don't technically have it. I'm not even exactly sure they remember it's still mine.
May and Momo also decided to leave a treasure chest.
The original treasure box got lost somewhere in the process. So
We had bought a box and started putting like stuff in it.
the inspiration was like a geocache where like you can take something, leave something.
Things like a guest book where you could sign your name. And it was basically just like put something in there and then take something out.
So that way you can share some of your life with the next person who goes to visit Bill.
Every few months we would go back and kind of clean it out because occasionally people would put trash in there and stuff like that. So we clean it out, kind of reorganize it, kind of make it nice every once in a while.
On the last page of that journal, someone tells their story of how they accidentally took the journal. And I mean, there's a bunch of stories in there, and all with dates and little, pictures of Bill and everything. It's cool. If you can, go look at it.
And a huge thing to celebrate, Confusion Hill is no longer selling stickers of stolen fan art, as they were the previous time we went there.
I think I saw them still.
I mean, there's a couple, but most of them were character models, at least 90%. And that's what counts.
I think everybody who I've spoken to and read about Cipher Hunt have called it an alternate reality game, which I think to some degree makes sense and is true. To me, even when it was happening, I thought it was a work of art. I thought it was a piece that he had created that goes with all of the things that he had created around Gravity Falls and Gravity Falls itself. In my childhood, I was the type of, kid who was always really ready to grow up and always ready to like be an adult and be independent and go do things on my own. To me, Gravity Falls has always partially been about the span of time where you were young, you were 12 years old, you were in between childhood and teenagerdom. It is the feeling that you have when you're 12 years old, and Gravity Falls is about that. And even as Cipher Hunt was happening, I was sitting there thinking, wow, I'm experiencing this work of art that is giving me an event that is happening right now in my life that I am enjoying very much. And even as that is happening, I am sitting in the middle of it thinking, I will never be able to experience this again.
Do you consider the Cipher Hunt art?
I don't really know what art is. I'm probably the wrong person to ask. Like, I went to art school. I went in debt for 4 years to try to figure out what art was, and I never got a definition of it. I know that it was insanely fun to do, and I know that I put a lot of thought and care into it, and a lot of improvisation, and I know that it affected people. So if something you put effort into creates an emotional response in people, it's probably art. But I'll leave that to somebody who didn't go to cartoon college like me. It's above my pay grade to answer that question.
Would you ever do anything like this again?
So, obviously I just released the Book of Bill, and I had a lot of fun promoting the Book of Bill and creating, the website and all these codes and secrets, and most of it's been found. Not all of it's been found yet. I think the challenge with throwing something like this is, especially now that it's like, if there's more fans than there's ever been, it's bigger now than it was 8 years ago, which means the more people you have searching, the higher risk involved for things that could go wrong, just general liabilities and chaos. Also, the whole thing was a lot of time and effort, and if you're going to put time and effort into something, you want to make sure that it's not too dangerous. So, if I was properly sponsored, if I had like someone working with me, if it wasn't just me and my friend and whoever we could call up, right? If there was a company that was actually helping fund the thing and pay for some of these plane trips around the world, I can't think of anything more fun in the universe than just do. If I could just make treasure hunts for a living, I would. But currently, no one's paying me to make treasure hunts, but it's my favorite thing. I would need the resources to make sure that I mitigated the likelihood of people getting shot or eaten by wild animals.
Here's my pitch. McGucket hunt.
Ooh, okay.
We abandon old man McGucket in the woods, and then fans have to find him before he dies of starvation.
So, okay, I've been engaged in this project for years of getting older. Every year I get 1 year older. If you look at pictures of me, believe it or not, you'll see that I've aged a great deal. So in a couple of years, I'll probably look like this. You could just spin me around in the forest, knock me out with some bath salts, and I'll be Old Man McGucket for your treasure hunt.
Alex Hunt.
Let's do it.
So here's some facts for you.
Okay.
Ryan Gates went on to print Cipher Hunter badges.
And I was able to get those to everybody who participated in the United States, and I was very happy for that.
Along with a little pin. This says Clue Finder.
Thank you for the pin, if that person is watching.
In 2017, many participants, including May, released an unofficial follow-up called Code Mageddon, in which you would collect artifacts for 4 to prevent the coming of Bill.
I think we had like some plot twist where like gather the objects for Bill, because like that was part of his plan, is to make them do the work. So I think it, like, at the end we were like, actually, no, you all played right into our hands.
And if you look in that logbook at Confusion Hill, there's a page where someone found a Code Mageddon clue hidden there. Gravity Falls fans would go on to play a massive role in saving Confusion Hill and Enchanted Forest from financial difficulties during COVID-19.
There was a whole plaque in Enchanted Forest thanking everyone for going to Enchanted Forest because they were in such ruin.
After bonding with the Maori and Shannon families at the statue, Mary Jane offered them free tickets to Disneyland.
Because at the time, when I still worked at Disney, I had complimentary tickets, and I was like, you guys are so nice. Like, here you go. And I ended up giving them like free tickets to Disneyland just because they were so nice.
Momo took up Alex Hirsch's former Twitter handle of @officialgfmayor. She since abandoned it, and a user named Rowan Ellis is holding onto it in case anyone associated with the Cipher Hunt wants to take it back. Everyone who found a clue that I talked to still has their clues to this day.
Oh, I love that.
You found a random flash drive on your floor or like a 3D printed stand head. To them, those are like keepsakes for the rest of their life.
That's wonderful.
Nobel, who found the treasure chest in Piedmont, and Jay Zorndorfer, who found the Waddles poster in Atlanta, Georgia, are currently roommates.
You wanna come over here?
Similarly, Blaze and Danny are 2 women who stored the puzzle at their houses at various points. They met during the Cipher Hunt. They're also best friends to this day.
Incredible.
I met my best friend in the whole world, and I'm still friends with this person to this day from Cipher Hunt.
This is amazing. I didn't know any of this.
Yeah, I figured you wouldn't. And this honestly was the main reason I wanted to do this. It's just showing you where people are at. Mike Antonucci, the master code breaker, he likes to go by Grunkle Mike, and he ran a 10K in Disney World dressed as Grunkle Stan.
Oh my God, wait, what? Wait, which guy was this?
That's Mike Antonucci, who solved the Polybius Square.
That's crazy.
Master code breaker.
I had no idea that this had become part of his world like this. This is mind-blowing to me.
Bodhi is now 9 years old.
Wow. Hello, Bodhi. I hope shaking Bill Cipher's hand has given Bodhi a good life so far. Oh, a great life, I can see. Exactly what I hoped for.
Do you remember who you'd always mention? Cipher hunting dad on the way to Enchanted Forest, and that family and their kids. They still talk about how that experience really brought them together.
Oh my God. This is adorable.
I've made so many friends that way, just talking about Gravity Falls in general, and then I'll be like, hey, do you know about the Cipher Hunt? And they're always like, oh yeah, I know about that. And just immediate friends, and it's great.
I got
a great community.
Complete opposite reaction. I was outed out for being weird.
I remember you were in grade school and you brought like the picture and did, like what you did during the summer, and you just got blank stares.
Nobody knew what that was.
So basically what I'm hearing is that all of the girls gained social capital from all of the guys lost it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Daniel, who tumbled down a hill in Piedmont, California, still has a permanent scar on his thumb.
Daniel! Oh my God. Well, thank you for not suing me, Daniel. Hopefully the scar is for him a memory of good times and not a slowly simmering revenge plot against me.
When the Lost Legends book came out, Alex Hirsch was doing book signings, and I went and got the book signed, and I said I was the guy who hurt my finger, whatever. He's like, oh yeah, I remember. He told me apparently when that happened, he was worried that we'd sue him and Disney would shut down the Cipher Hunt. But apparently he was scared of that. And then he signed my book. He did a drawing in it instead of just signing it. It was Seuss giving a thumbs up with an injured thumb saying, don't sue me, dude.
May Walker drove the key from Piedmont, California down to LA, and she met her wife through the partner hunt.
Oh my God.
Through the Cipher Hunt.
But it became a partner hunt. That's adorable.
I don't wish I hadn't done it, but it changed my life for the better. Honestly, I met my partner through it and all that.
That's amazing. This ridiculous treasure hunt caused people to get married. This is amazing. Bill Cipher normally tears people apart. It's wonderful to see him bringing them together.
Next, lastly, Chloe Lease found the Bill Cipher statue in Reedsport. She was among the few, and now she works in the video department at Disneyland.
Oh my God, Chloe, what the hell?
Hi.
Hi, Chloe.
Hello.
Hey, wow. I've just they ambushed me. I didn't put this connection together.
Hi.
Hi, Chloe.
Hello. Briefly, my story. I knew I always wanted to work in film, but before the Cipher hunt, I wanted to work in front of the camera. And I followed the hunt all the way through. And so when the final clue was solved and the location was revealed to be Reedsport, I grew up in Oregon. I've always lived in Oregon. I knew I had to document this process. This was Gravity Falls history. And so I took my little camcorder that had no viewfinder, no buttons, just a switch to turn it on, and that was it. And you just hoped that you got what you wanted to get. And when I got home, after filming my entire journey, I realized I don't know how to edit. I don't know how to make movies. I've always, done stuff in front of the camera. So I taught myself Windows Movie Maker overnight, put together the footage as fast as I could, and put it on YouTube and learned how to do that for the first time. I was 14.
Yeah.
And people loved it. And I realized there was this whole side of film that I never touched. And I realized that I loved that part of it more than I loved the other part. And now here I am 8 years later with a degree in cinematography and working professionally at Disney as a camera operator. And I wouldn't be here without you. So
this is making me a little bit emotional. That is so sweet. That is so sweet.
Just thank you for putting this on. And you didn't mean to do this, but it's touched so many people's lives, including myself. And
that's amazing that it's just, I really sort of relate to what you're saying. What age were you when you shook Bill Cipher's hand?
14.
When I was 14, I think that's when I first started teaching myself to animate on the computer, using Flash. And so much of it was me being inspired by shows and movies that I loved and just trying to make essentially fan art.
Yeah.
And the fact that you were part of this fan community and it gave you that push to get into the creative field makes me feel really good. Gravity Falls was such a labor of love. We put so much time and care into it, and you don't always know if people are going to even care about the stuff that you work on. And the fact that it's left that kind of impact, I don't know, I feel like a proud grunkle of all the Gravity Falls fans who have continued to do amazing creative things. You're blowing my mind. That's amazing.
Well, you blew my mind when I was that age, and continue to this day. So
let me ask, what was it like? Were you weren't the first person who found it was the one who got the sash, but
yeah, that was
you were one of the first groups of people who got there. What was that experience like?
Oh my God, it was, how do you describe it? It was my mom, my sister, and I, and we had all of our headlamp gear, and I had my periscope on one side and my camcorder on the other, and I was walking through, and we're just going up this trail hoping that it's right, and we're trudging through the forest, and my headlamp catches the hat, the iconic, this is not a tree, this is not anything in nature, this is a concrete, gray.
The pyramid shape does not occur naturally in the forest.
No, although some places it might, you never know. And, we went through the brush and saw him. Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness! I will never forget that moment, because that was all of my dreams were coming true. This thing that I'd hunted over for months.
That's exactly how I wanted it to feel. That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's you really don't know when you put something like this together, how it's going to be received. I was obsessed with the Loch Ness Monster when I was growing up. I was oh my God, I'll bet he's real. He's probably a plesiosaur that was trapped under some ice. Jurassic Park came out when I was in elementary school, and I was just it was my life dream. Was go to Loch Ness, find the Loch Ness Monster, be the person to prove that he's real. And finally, when I turned 21, my family had a trip. We're going to go to Scotland. We're going to go to Ireland. I'm this is my chance. I'm going to get the tour. Maybe I'll just randomly happen to see the Loch Ness Monster. And what I found at Loch Ness was a boring lake. And it was so disappointing, because I had a lifetime of buildup of just what is this going to be like? At the very least, it's probably going to be spooky. It's going to be overcast. There's going to be lore. There's going to be some old man who leads us through the fog with a lantern. Nope. Just a nice sunny sunny day and a gift shop and like cotton candy. And I was so disappointed. And I remember in that moment thinking, if I ever get a gazillion dollars, what I'm going to do is I'm going to construct my own robotic Loch Ness monster. I'm going to hide it in the lake. I'm not going to tell anybody. And then when a tour boat comes around, I'm going to have that hump come up and that head and go back down. And for that moment, for those people on that boat, the Loch Ness monster is real. It couldn't be real for me. But if I could create that experience in their expressions, I could see it was real for them. And that's as close as I'm ever going to get. Like this is the kind of stuff I was thinking at 21, right? Yeah. And this is before I had my first drink at 21 with my mom and sister at the Guinness factory. And so it's like, I've always had that thought in my mind of like, can I create that experience? When I was a kid, I believed leprechauns were real, and my mom made a fake, she like threw glitter around the house and put little footprints around and like convinced me that there had been a leprechaun there. And like, for that, you know, when I was like 7 or whatever, leprechauns were real for me in that moment. So it's like, that to me is sort of the thing I love most about creating, is like that moment of suspended disbelief where the story comes alive. I'm so glad it worked for you. I'm so glad you got to experience that.
It did. To this day, it's like it's the coolest thing I've ever done in my life. Thank you, and I'm glad that it worked. You know, I'm living proof that it worked.
Sometimes the magic trick, sometimes it pays off.
It does. So thank you.
That's wonderful. Oh, amazing to meet you. This is crazy. This is ridiculous. What a great concept.
Surprise.
Brilliant. Genius. You really did your homework, man. These are some brilliant concepts. I think this is very good content.
Thank you so much.
I'm blown away by it.
I appreciate that. What is it like just fundamentally changing the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people who you don't even meet? Because all of these people I just showed you, that's not even the show. That is just the Cipher Hunt permanently altering the trajectory of their lives.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to wrap my head around, you know. I have sort of, my whole life, the best things that have happened to me have come through following just creative inspiration. I don't really understand inspiration. It's sort of a mysterious force. It's sometimes like a radio station. You just tune in and you're like, oh, I just feel compelled to do this. And usually when I feel really compelled to do something creatively, good things happen. Like one bit of effort in the right direction towards something that could be fun creates another person pushing someone else to something fun that creates this domino effect. But I still can't believe it. I mean, we really didn't think when we were making the show, especially season 1, we didn't know if anyone's going to even watch it. I mean, like, it was a very weird experiment. There hadn't been a show like it, especially on the Disney Channel. You know, it was wedged between Camp Rock and Hannah Montana. People tuning in weren't expecting to see this type of a thing. It was a curio. I mean, it was a 21-minute animated series with content that with continuity that also had like comedy, and it just like we were putting ingredients together, like crossing our fingers and saying, I hope that's cool. It feels cool to us. I'm grateful that they gave me a show. I'm grateful that people watched it. So the fact that there's, you know, people who have got married because they, you know, met through the show, or, I mean, I see the wildest stuff that fans are doing. People dress up as the characters. I mean, the thousands and thousands of tattoos that I've seen. It's sort of mind-blowing. It's like, I'm 39 years old. I don't know if I'm ever going to have children. The fan base of Gravity Falls, it's like I am the uncle to them. These are my kids, and I'm so proud of all of them and grateful for everything that they've done.
How often are you recognized?
Way more now than ever. You know, it used to be when I grew up, the creators of cartoon shows were basically anonymous. Like, we knew who Garfield was, but we didn't know what Jim Davis looked like. The fact that, you know, Gravity Falls came out in 2012 in the era of like Tumblr, like the rise of the showrunner as character in the pop culture narrative. That really hadn't been a thing so much before, especially in animation. And so it was kind of a thing that I did not expect that I would get to the point where anyone would like recognize me in public. You know, when the show was out, every now and then, if I was at like comic shop or just like places where nerds gather, like high nerd density areas, every now and then somebody would give me a thumbs up or ask for a picture or something. But now, it's like, it doesn't have to be Burbank, literally kind of anywhere. It's been happening more and more. I think something's been happening the last few years with, ever since they put Gravity Falls on Disney Plus, so many people didn't see it during its original run. It was only 2 seasons on this, one particular channel, and then it was moved channels mid-season. So so many more people now are discovering it than were even discovering it like at its height. So like I've seen like the viewership numbers, like Disney showed me, like every year since 2020, the Gravity Falls like million minutes viewed per year has gone up. Like more people are watching it annually. And the show has been over for 8 years. So I think something about Disney Plus, and I think there's a nostalgia generational thing happening right now where people that were kids when they watched the show are adults now, and some of them are having kids or they're sharing it with their friends, and it continues to grow, which is it's not how entropy is supposed to work, right? Like the law of thermodynamics says that eventually you shove something and it slows down rather than speeding up over time. So that means that more people recognize me, which is lovely. It's flattering. Sometimes it's a little stressful. It's like if I'm just like, high at the zoo, like having fans come up and be like, can I take a photo with you, But I'm grateful for it. But it continues to blow my mind.
As I was there digging the hole for Bill Cipher, I realized what was actually happening, which was I was processing the death of the show in my own way. I was creating a funeral, and I was creating a headstone, and I was burying it, and I was leaving a final message on that headstone.
But weirdly enough, it didn't really work. My idea that this was me, burying the show and putting it to rest and saying goodbye to it, it just catalyzed more wonderful experiences. It created, like you said, lifelong friendships. It it inspired people to create their own treasure hunts or get into animation or get into film or get a tattoo that they now have years later or now show their own kids. So even though it was intended as a way of saying goodbye to Gravity Falls fans, it's ended up being a way of saying hello to new Gravity Falls fans. So it's inspiring. It makes me want to do more weird stuff.
So, Trinity, what are your thoughts on this adventure, which I've just told you about?
I think it's really dope. I think it's crazy how he brought so many people together on the same thing, and everyone had a piece of it. I don't know if there's any other show or thing that really had something of this magnitude.
It was an amazing experience.
I think it was one of the coolest things ever.
One of the best things I've ever done.
Something special and crazy that you just had to be there to experience pretty much.
It brought so many people together.
It was the best.
It was the best.
It was so fun.
It really spoke to the level of involvement that the creators of Gravity Falls had with its fan base.
It really showed us how smart people are and how engaged people are in the show.
It was a really, really cool experience and something I always remember.
I'm competitive, so the fact that we actually found it was amazing. Love it.
It was just cool seeing everyone find it and it being in such a random spot.
I had a ton of fun just wandering out into the rain and meeting other people who were excited about the same thing.
The puzzles and the excitement and people mobilizing and also everyone coming together to solve problems and solve clues, and also the Gravity Falls fan base is so smart and so quick.
It's only going to happen once, right? It's never really going to happen again.
Say I work with teenagers now, so every once in a while for watching the show, I'll be like, hey, guys, ever heard about this thing? I'm very, very happy that I got to be a small part of that experience.
It's made an indelible mark on our family.
It brought fans together, not just in the United States, but in other parts of the world. And we were all together creating this wonderful memory.
It was such an engaging way to watch a cartoon at the time.
I definitely saw the bad of the fandom through it, but I also met some really good people.
This is what the best of the internet is for, connecting all over the world for a shared passion and cause. And I don't know, I think something about that moment is really hard to recreate now.
I just want people to think that even if they don't end up where they wanted to be, I wanted to be an animator, I wanted to be on the team with Alex Hirsch, but I'm still happy where I ended up, even though that's not the case. So even though you may never dig up a treasure chest in the middle of the woods behind a little town in Oregon, there's still other treasure chests out there, and you will find yours eventually.
Here is a quote from Grunkle Mike to close this out. "The Cipher Hunt was one of the greatest things I've ever seen, and I've once seen a dead rat floating in a bucket.
He did not say that.
He did.
And I've seen a dead rat floating in a bucket. The greatest thing I've ever. What's a dead rat floating in a bucket? Oh my god. I'm sorry, that was so funny. Mike, whoever you are, I love you. You're a grunkle to me.
This is a great set.
No, it's really spooky, isn't it?
Wait, say that again.
Spooky?
Spooky. Spooky! That's it, that's it! You just gave me the missing puzzle piece. This whole time I've been saying, oh, I can't make a season 3, it's impossible. I just figured it out. I just figured out season 3. I know how to do it. This is gonna work. This is actually going to work.
Oh my god.
Wait. You got a pen and paper? Oh, ancient spooky quill, even better. Okay. Season 3, episode 1. Yes, that's it. Hello, Bob Iger. Cancel the dog with the blog reboot. We're doing season 3. It is happening. What's that? $300 million? I guess that'll work. Anyway, call me back when you get this message. Oh my god, this is it. I need to not forget this.
Oh my god, Alex! Man, are you okay?
I can't remember anything.
You were just writing season 3.
Season 3 of what?
Gravity Falls?
What's Gravity Falls?
No!
Okay, let's all stop.
Are you writing Dipper Goes to...
This says Dipper Goes to Florida. I don't know why he would go there.
Work on it.